right about where they like to nest. I'd bet the answers we need are inside those tourist traps turned fortresses.
Spotted some bloodsuckers in their fan club near the festival grounds. Let's start there. Ghosting out.
Cultists could go straight at him or just slip past.
Let's just get this done. On my mark. Oh shit, blood bag! They know we're here. Look alive!
This one is mine.
Going up.
My cryptid hunter's intuition tells me there's a nest nearby.
Your what?
Duff, that's not a thing.
Found something.
Oh, now I simply must go in there.
What is that? Where does it go?
Some kind of collective consciousness.
That's impossible.
There's the movie theater. I used to come here all the time. Why'd they have to mess this up for me? Ah, shit.
It's alive!
It'll collapse any second.
Run!
All of the grannies wanna sip they tea. And you come on parching in. All ugly like a brown fur cardigan. We can skip that monologue and the arguing. I'm like,
Play it day one with Game Pass.
Wolong Fallen Dynasty might be an action game, but after playing through some brand new areas for about 5 hours, I went away realizing that it innovates on the exploration loop in Soulsborne games more than anything else. While the game's challenging combat is as stellar as you would expect from a Team Ninja game, it's the morale rank system that truly feels like it's shaking things up. In Wolong, both the player and enemies have a morale rank that indicates their strength. You can raise your morale rank simply by defeating enemies, but it goes up faster if the enemy you beat has a higher morale rank than yourself. If you get killed, your morale rank will decrease, and the same can be said for the enemy. Unlike a level-based progression system, Wolong's morale rank indicates not how strong the player is, but how that strength compares to your enemies. But how is any of this related to exploration? Well, Wolong features one other way to increase your morale rank: raising flags. At first glance, battle flags appear to merely function as your traditional bonfire-like checkpoint. By resting at a battle flag, you regain health, refill your potions, respawn enemies, and so on. You know the drill. But finding a new battle flag rewards you in a way that previous Soulsborne checkpoints have not. It increases your fortitude rank. Getting killed decreases your morale rank, but it will never go below your fortitude rank. That means the more checkpoints you discover, the stronger you become. Wolong stages are also dotted with marking flags. Marking flags don't function as checkpoints like battle flags do, but raising your flag here will increase your fortitude rank anyway. Marking flags are often guarded by fierce enemies you have to defeat first, while others are cleverly hidden. In a traditional Soulsborne title, staying near a safe checkpoint and killing the same enemies over and over is often a valid tactic to become stronger. Enemies positioned near a spot that is unfavourable to the player are often best ignored, especially for beginners. But Wolong's morale rank system changes all of this. It encourages the player to go out and explore, fight tougher enemies and put themselves at risk. In return, they are rewarded in a way that playing it safe simply won't do. During my playtime through multiple stages, I found myself naturally exploring the map in its entirety. I was fighting optional enemies that otherwise wouldn't have been worth the risk. The morale rank system feels like a more natural way to gain strength and gives less skilled players the chance to still have a more varied experience.
Fine display of battle prowess.
Wolong is often compared to the Neo series, and rightfully so when you look at its Soulsborne-like challenging combat. However, when it comes to mobility, a more appropriate comparison might be Ninja Gaiden. A double jump and no stamina restraints make it feel somewhat similar in terms of flow, both in its exploration and combat. Stages have been designed with the double jump in mind, as cliffs and rooftops of houses and even giant temples can be climbed. Items can often be found in such places, and figuring out how to get there serves as a fun distraction from getting killed by demons. You can do a plunging attack on enemies from above, and if you approach an enemy slowly, you will often be able to stealth kill it as well. This allows careful players to eliminate weaker enemies without having to fight them, much like in From Software's Sekiro: Shadows Die Twice. The key mechanic of combat is Deflect. Deflect is triggered by pressing the dodge button at the right time. It parries an enemy's attack while lowering the enemy's spirit. Once the enemy's spirit is decreased significantly, it is stunned and open for a powerful, fatal strike. If this sounds familiar from Sekiro 2, well, that's because it is. But that's hardly a bad thing when it's this well executed. Literally any attack in this game can be deflected. This reminded me of the jump boost in Mario Kart of all games. First, you think it's just a trick you can do when jumping off ramps, but later you realise that small things like a bump in the road or even the bouncing of those giant music notes in Music Park can trigger a jump boost. Ranging from melee weapon attacks to projectiles like arrows and fireballs to even an enemy's ground pound, as long as the timing is right, Wolong allows you to turn any form of threat into an opportunity. That timing has been made significantly easier when compared to last year's demo. While Wolong still feels like a challenging experience as a whole, some enemies have become a lot more manageable. Another factor that made certain sections of my time with Wolong feel easier than the demo is the fact that often someone was fighting alongside me. As you progress through the game, you'll befriend warlords, whom you can summon to assist you on the battlefield. While this is usually optional, there are points in which the story forces you to be assisted. From a story point of view, it might make sense, but as someone who always wants to tackle a challenge by myself, I couldn't help feeling that I didn't want my fellow warlords to interfere. It's great as an option for players who don't want to play online, but find the game too challenging to beat without any help. I just hope that the story won't force it too often in the main game. What makes Wolong unique is how it borrows the parry mechanic from Sekiro and mixes that up with the diversity of Neo. I've been able to try out about half of the 13 melee weapon types Wolong has to offer. Individual weapons do not just come with different stats, but also have their own martial arts, which are powerful moves that consume the spirit gauge. This means that even the same weapon type can feel significantly different from weapon to weapon. In Wolong, you can equip up to 2 melee weapons at the same time. The Deflect Counter Attack is a move that deflects an enemy attack while switching weapons. As the name implies, it allows you to simultaneously deflect and counter attack. It's a fun way to switch weapons, but when utilised as a counter there's a bigger risk of getting hit, as the timing takes longer to get used to. At first it felt like something that looked cool but wasn't really worth the risk, but I'm starting to learn how it could be useful for hit and run situations.
This foe may pose us a challenge.
The first non-humanoid boss I faced was Zuyan, a giant ape with heavy attacks that seemed scary at first. If you stay calm, however, you'll notice that its attacks are easy to deflect. As you might expect from a Soulsborne game, mid-bosses like Zuyan will reappear as normal enemies in later stages. Reuniting with Zuyan only to learn that you can now overpower it with ease gives you confidence, as you will learn just how much you've improved as a player. Of course, the next moment you'll get eaten by a giant crocodile and lose all of that confidence again. I thought that Feng Ji, a giant boar-like boss, was going to be a boss fight similar to Sekiro's Blazing Bull. The Blazing Bull charges at you at full speed, and the player has to run around it to attack it from the side or back. In Wolong, however, Feng Ji's charge attacks can be deflected, so there's no need to run around it. Deflecting its charge attacks and counter-attacking before it is out of range feels great. That being said, Feng Ji didn't pose a serious enough threat, and I was able to slay it on my first try. It probably won't be among the game's more memorable bosses. Aoye, on the other hand, is a boss I won't soon forget. Its eerie creature design alone is enough to leave a lasting impression. As with any boss in Wolong that I have encountered so far, The key to defeating Aoya is deflecting its attacks. However, it appears to have a much wider array of attack patterns than most other bosses, which makes the timing of each individual attack harder to learn. It's a fun, varied boss that offers a decent challenge. Wolong Fallen Dynasty is set to release on March 3rd and will be available on Xbox Game Pass on day 1. With Wolong as January's IGN first, expect more exclusives throughout the month.
Forward. We will retake the mountain and avenge the fallen.
For today's Wolong Fallen Dynasty IGN First, we have exclusive gameplay straight from the developers at Team Ninja. This video shows high-level combat by a well-seasoned character build, showcasing multiple weapon types and wizardry spells. Hulao Guan Pass is a mid-game stage with fierce enemies and multiple routes that lead to mighty warlord Lu Bu. Will this high-spec player find their way to Lu Bu? And if so, will they be able to defeat the powerful Three Kingdoms warlord? Let's take a look.
I can take no more. I must fall back. I have never seen or heard the like of such a warrior. None save Lu Bu would stand a chance. Your assistance is most welcome.
made of sterner stuff than the lad from earlier. Good.
Slayer.
Slay 'em all! No mercy!
the Empire. She is in chaos. And now, at the turning of the era, the Ruby Throne sits empty. The enemy have arrived. We have to act quickly, take up arms, and close shut the marble jaws of oblivion. Find my son. He alone can determine the fate of the Empire. The fate of Cyrodiil.
If you're here to rob me, I'm afraid I have nothing left. Please, I implore you, help me avenge my wife's death. Barely a week ago, I left Harm's Folly to go buy supplies as I usually do once a month. What a fool I was to leave my wife alone. The goblins must have been watching me, as they knew right when to strike. I could hear Kayleen's screams from far away. Those wretched beasts killed her. Filthy animals. Had I only been there to stop them. I'll tell you how you can help. Kill those things, every last one of them. They destroyed everything I hold dear. In their greed, the creatures grabbed a jade amulet off of Kayleen's body. Bring me back that amulet so I may use it to remember her by. Exhausted Mine is not far to the southeast. Be careful. Its many twists and turns hide the goblin hordes. Do I drop the sweet roll or hand it over and come back later? Dunno. What news do you bring me from exhausted mine? Then it's finally done. The goblins have paid with their blood, and my wife's brutal slaying is avenged. You risked life and limb for a cause that wasn't your own. For that I'm grateful. Please, accept these gems as a token of my gratitude. They're all I have left of value, but you must have them. I insist. You will be included in my prayers forever. May the divines smile upon you. You are always welcome at Harm's Folly.
Last question, Dr. Dallin. Are you sure the perimeter surrounding the zone is really enough? If a powerful emission were to occur, we would...
Listen, the zone has remained stable for years. Besides, we didn't establish the most advanced institution in human history without first guaranteeing its safety. As the head of the Scientific Institute for Research of the Chernobyl area, or CIRCA for short, I believe the wonders that we will bring to the world far outweigh the potential risks.
How big are these risks exactly?
The zone reveals a whole new world. We can stick with the old one, fearing change. But tell me, do you want our descendants to remember us as cowards? Or as those who dared to venture forward to a new, better humanity?
Evacuated. I remind our listeners that a similar incident happened in our region quite recently, ruining homes and livelihoods. However, city officials urge people to stay calm, assuring them the situation is totally under control.
After years of work, a group of scientists managed to tap into the noosphere, the Earth's informational field. An achievement comparable at best to the conquest of space.
Don't want the innocent to suffer? Then help me find the culprit.
And who the fuck are you?
And what do we have a decade later? The Zone, in our image, after our likeness. My man.
are still lying out there, and I can't even bury them.
Died in an anomaly, shot by loners, found with a stone around his neck, thrown off a cliff, torn apart by dogs. You cannot kill God, just like you cannot get rid of the sky up above. I am blind, but it is you who cannot see.
Okay, in case you missed it, Bethesda announced today that Starfield and Redfall have been delayed to the first half of 2023. Not great news. I'm Brian Altano. This is Ryan McCaffrey. Let's break down what this means for this year and for next year for Xbox. How you doing, McCaffrey?
I'm good, man. The Brian and Ryan show. It has been way too long since you and I sat down. Sadly, it's over bad news, but there is some good to be taken out of this, at least.
That's true. That's true. Now, obviously, they had originally committed to the 11/11/22 date. I love that. It was catchy. You know, that's not happening. So that was part of the whole sort of big Bethesda buyout. We saw Starfield was probably one of the most anticipated games of the year, one of the biggest games of the year, definitely one of the most ambitious games of the year. Fallout in space, as the shorthand goes for it. But not surprising that it's getting moved like almost every giant game has during this pandemic era of gaming. So I'm sort of stumped as to what this means exactly right now for Xbox, because we know that big things are coming, and we'll get to that in a second. But I think right now in the short term for 2022, it does put them in a very unique spot in not having any sort of significant big first-party games to tout for, you know, their both of their consoles, which are by all means very successful otherwise.
Yeah, highest revenue console platform of Q1 2021. They've got a lot of momentum on the hardware side. On the platform side, of course, Game Pass continues to get bigger and bigger. But you're right. Like, for all the momentum that they had from last year with Halo, with Forza Horizon, with Psychonauts 2, with a number of other third-party exclusives as well, things were really looking up. And unfortunately, just the way the development cookie crumbles, 2022 is suddenly looking pretty bleak as far as Xbox exclusives goes. So what we've had so far, because, you know, Sony's had a tremendous year already, and that's we don't even have God of War Ragnarok yet. So they got that to look forward to on the PlayStation side. But on Xbox, we had Crossfire X, which was a disappointment. We had the best game of the year so far for Xbox exclusive-wise, the game behind me, Tunic, which I reviewed, gave a 9. No regrets. The game's amazing. Brian Altano, it is definitely a Brian Altano kind of game. If you haven't played it yet, you've got to play it.
Playing it on Xbox and restarted it on Steam Deck too. Yeah, it's fun.
Nice. Oh yeah, good Steam Deck game too. Shredders, a snowboarding game. So that's an exclusive most people probably weren't even aware of. That was definitely a smaller time game. And then there is one we should be able to mark like in pen, not in pencil. And that's Deathloop, which we already know is a 10 out of 10 video game. The 1-year exclusivity on PlayStation will expire in September of this year. So presumably we will get that. I don't know if they'll be able to talk about it at the showcase next month, the Xbox showcase, because who knows what the terms of that deal are with Sony. But we should be seeing that this fall, I think, on Xbox.
Which puts that one next to the sort of like interesting category with, Ghostwire being on PS5 and Xbox having a part of that too. Part of that, those, 1-year exclusivity deals as well. So yeah, that's, that is part of the conversation. It is a small part, but it is in there.
And then the rest of 2022 for now. Now, Altano, recognize that the showcase in 1 month from today, June 12th, it's May 12th as we shoot this, I'm sure we'll get some 2022 release dates. And I'm going to talk about a couple that I think are somewhat likely, but here's what's currently on the schedule. Only one of the games I'm about to list for you has an actual specific day that's on the calendar, and that is Warhammer 40,000 Darktide. That is a third-party Xbox exclusive scheduled for September 13th of this year. Also on the calendar, again, all third-party stuff at the moment. Scorn, which is the long-delayed, just first-person, disgusting horror game, very H.R. Geiger-esque, that looks like it'll be pretty good. That's scheduled for October, but no date yet.
Right.
And then games without even any months, but they're just still, for now, 2022. Some really cool stuff here. Somerville, which is from the ex-Limbo and Inside developers. That game looks phenomenal. And then you've got Replaced, another, indie exclusive, but that was a big standout from the showcase last year at E3 2021. That's that side-scrolling pixel art steampunk game that looked fantastic. That grabbed a lot of attention last year. That is, as far as we know, penciled in for 2022 on Xbox. And then another one, which I have major doubts about because we've heard literally zero about it since its announcement. The announcement did millions of views on IGN. That was Ark 2. You remember that was the trailer. That's the Ark sequel that had Vin Diesel in the trailer. So
my brain had completely forgotten about that until you reminded me of it this morning, by the way. I just,
Well, me too. I had to do my research and I was like, yeah, that was okay. That's still 2022. Yeah, probably not. But unless, who knows? Maybe we'll get a pleasant surprise at the Xbox showcase for that one. And then Halo Infinite's already out, but we'll have season 3 of that game for the multiplayer, free-to-play multiplayer, starting in November. So that's, that'll be new maps, new modes, some stuff to look forward to there. So that's it, Brian. We can talk about some maybes on the first party side for 2022.
Well, that's the thing. What's interesting about Xbox right now is that they do own a ton of studios. They do have a bunch of irons in the fire, as they say. But it does feel like a bunch of them got moved for this year, and that's just sort of bad coincidence. It could be just an overall perfect storm happening here. But yeah, there are some question marks of stuff that we know is in the works. But I would be surprised if some of these games came out this year. But who knows? They're worth mentioning, right? So there's Hellblade 2.
Yeah, that, because we've seen that a couple times. We got a 6-minute gameplay trailer for that at the Game Awards back in December, so 6 months ago now. And that one we know is Unreal Engine 5, and Unreal Engine 5 is finished and shipped to developers. So I feel like of the first-party titles that are in the hopper for Microsoft, Hellblade 2 has at least maybe a 50-50, a coin flips chance of coming out this year. And maybe that's the plan, right? Maybe, because of course Microsoft knows these games could all delay, including Starfield. Todd Howard, sadly, unsuccessful in calling his shot, Babe Ruth style, last year, saying 11/11/22. But that's all right. We want Starfield to be the best game it can be. I'll wait as long as it takes.
Agreed.
So, maybe Hellblade 2.
What was it? Two or 3 weeks ago, actually, the Xbox UK account tweeted out, 200 days until Starfield. Can you believe it?
Yeah, whoops.
And, and it is worth mentioning that, days do take longer on other planets. So maybe that's part of it.
It's November 11th in the Starfield universe, just not on Earth.
It's like 2,000 something hours for a full day on Venus. So maybe that's where it's taking place. We've got Forza Motorsport. That's a potential. I mean, what do you think the likelihood of that launching this year is?
Again, probably a 50-50 coin flip, because that's same thing. We haven't heard about this since it was announced at the 2020 showcase. So it's 2 years since I'm sure, I would bet lunch that I would bet you a Taylor ham sandwich that we will see that at the Xbox showcase next month. Whether it A, gets a release date, and B, if it does, if that release date is this year, remains to be seen. We had Forza Horizon 5, IGN's Game of the Year for 2021 last fall. We know that this Forza Motorsport is a reboot of the Sim side of the franchise. It's going to be next gen only, no more Xbox One. So I think that's, it's a maybe for this year. My gut is leaning towards no, but I think there's an outside chance that could land this fall.
We've also got the Indiana Jones game from Machine Games, which we got a brief glimpse of. It was kind of that overhead death shot of the map and stuff like that. My gut on this one is that this will get timed closer to the movie release, whenever that is happening. That new Indiana Jones 5 or whatever feels like that's been being worked on for ages now. But never say never. I do hope we see something about that in the showcase, because I don't know, it just sounds awesome. I love Indiana Jones. And then there's that kind of rumored GoldenEye remaster that who knows, that one, that's the game that at least 14 different intellectual property holders were involved with at some point. That's a whole rat's nest. Now, one thing that I have been thinking about a little bit today is that Xbox does have a ton of money, and they theoretically freed up a bunch of marketing dollars this fall. So could they potentially throw some money at a third-party game to do a Outrider-style day-and-date launch on Game Pass this fall? But digging around, this fall isn't that crazy for anyone, really. We mentioned God of War before, which I cannot wait for. Game still does not have a release date. Breath of the Wild 2 got moved to next year. There is a Call of Duty this year, although that is theoretically taking a year off at some point next year, I believe.
Yeah, the Treyarch game next time, yeah.
Yep. So in terms of big games this fall, we've got Gotham Knights, which we got a sort of 13-minute extended demo of this week.
October 25th for that one, I believe.
We've got Saints Row in, I believe, late August. So not exactly a fall game, but not really like a ton of really big things that they could be like, here's some money, launch it on Game Pass along with everything else, right? So I don't have the numbers off the top of my head on how well that sort of deal works historically for third-party publishers going on to Game Pass day and date as the other platforms. But it seems like people, studios aren't necessarily against it or apprehensive to it, and some are even embracing it. So that's a chance. I mean, what do you see happening there?
I think you nailed the major candidates, what few there are so far.
Yeah.
Saints Row, I don't think that moves the needle, with all due respect to Saints Row, which is a series that I've enjoyed for many years. I think Saints Row, I'm in the Saints Row 3 is the best Saints Row camp. I know I'm going to get some commenters that are going to say Saints Row 2. Much love to you guys. They're both excellent choices, but
3's my favorite too.
This new Saints Row reboot's not doing anything for me so far. We'll see how that goes, but I do think Gotham Knights would move the needle. That's a significant game. That's a game, we were talking about it on Next Gen Console Watch this week, the one that hasn't aired yet. It will air after this records, but oh well. That one, they had their old gen versions canceled. PS4 and Xbox One canceled.
Right.
That could be something where Microsoft might want to throw a few bags of cash at WB and say, hey, let's get this on Game Pass, and then let's use the cloud technology that we've been building to stream it to Xbox One users so they can play the game, which is something that we saw Microsoft do with Microsoft Flight Simulator last year.
Right.
A next-gen only game that you can play on your Xbox One with your Game Pass Ultimate subscription through the cloud streaming there. So, that's a possibility. But yeah, 2022, the showcase is going to have to bring something, and I think it will. That's the bad news. But the good news, Brian, is that 2023 is going to be insane. Like as bleak as 2022 is looking at the moment for Xbox, 2023 could, I know we throw around best year ever a lot, which is good. Like that means because we're excited, but seriously, 2023, Brian.
I agree. And I will point out that, there have been a lot of years over the last decade where it feels like Xbox is like, okay, so not this year, but next year is going to be the big one. And
the Chicago Cubs of the video game industry.
Yeah.
The Chicago Cubs did eventually win the World Series.
They did. It took a long time, but they did. They lifted the curse. I went to art school with a lot of people that would they wouldn't put a lot of art up on the wall for critique, but they'd be like, I got this painting at home I'm working on. I swear to God, it's amazing. Just believe me. And eventually, they'd have to show them proof or they wouldn't pass the class. So that's just the reality of things, but it is worth mentioning. I do feel that next year, and I agree with you, I do feel that next year is going to be big, not just for Xbox, I think for a lot of companies, but I think Xbox specifically has a lot of really cool stuff that they're working on that didn't make it this year, didn't make it last year. And so let's speed run through why 2023 is something to look forward to after this year has definitely not been great for them.
the rapid fire version of this, but just let this sink in. Like, you're going to hear these really fast, but think about if all, or even realistically, like 2/3 of these come out, next year is going to be bonkers. And everything you're about to hear will come to Game Pass on day one. Let that sink in as well. Starfield, Redfall, Ghostwire Tokyo coming off of its 1-year PlayStation exclusivity. That deal should expire in March of 2023. Avowed, huge first-person RPG, very exciting from Obsidian. The Fable reboot from Playground. Gears of War 6, State of Decay 3, Everwild from Rare. You look at the calendar, id Software's next game, whatever it is. Right. There's some maybe speculation that it could be a Quake reboot. You look at the calendar, they shipped Doom Eternal in March of 2020. So, maybe fall 2023 would be 3.5 years. There's a distinct possibility there. And then one other one that leaked late last year is a game called Pentiment, which is another Obsidian game from renowned director Josh Sawyer. It's a murder mystery game by the leaked description. That could very well be next year. So, that's a lot of bangers for 2023. Right. And then just to finish looking out on the horizon, I know, this is going to feel far away, and I guess 2 years away is still pretty far away. But 2024 onwards, Perfect Dark, and the reason I say that is because we've had reports that Perfect Dark's in a little bit of a rough place right now, so I can't imagine that game's a year, even 18 months away. So probably 2024. So Perfect Dark, The Outer Worlds 2, The Last Night. Remember that one, Brian? That's another pixel art cyberpunk game that looked incredible at E3.
That's very cool.
I've been keeping in touch with the developer there. They are working hard, and that game is going to be something else. You've got not one, but 2 Unreal Engine 5 In Exile RPGs. So again, those are out on the horizon. Double Fine's next game, that's out on the horizon after Psychonauts 2 shipped last year. We know that whatever Double Fine's doing, it's using Unreal Engine 5. Forza Horizon 6, inevitable. That's probably 2024 onwards. And of course, The Elder Scrolls 6 is somewhere out there. It's in pre-production right now. Yeah. And it will go into full production once Starfield does ship in 2023. But yeah, I mean, that's off in the distance. But again, that 2023 that we just went through, and that's going to be wild. And that's to say nothing of if some of the 2022 candidates we just talked about slip into 2023, it makes 2023 even better. So next year is going to be insane for Xbox.
I completely agree. You'll just have to hold out. This year is obviously, it's a little quiet, it's a little barren. We're just as bummed as everybody is. Like this, I wanted to play these games. Like this stinks. Just like I wanted to play Breath of the Wild and everything else that got moved. But it is what it is. It's the nature of the pandemic and a million other moving parts happening. Games are bigger than ever. But Ryan, thank you so much for helping me break this stuff down today. Folks, remember the Xbox Bethesda Showcase is on June 12th. So we will definitely see something there. They're doing a show, so they'll have something to show us. Whether or not it's stuff we'll be able to play this year, we don't know yet. But there will be games. And we will be covering every game this year. Not only the ones that release, but the ones that don't release and get delayed forever. So remember, for all things video games, you're already in the right place, and that's IGN. And thank you so much for watching.
Starfield is an upcoming space-based RPG from Bethesda Game Studios, positioned as the next big RPG to stand alongside Bethesda's well-known series like Elder Scrolls and Fallout. It will be the first game out of that studio to center around a new universe in over 25 years. Bethesda first revealed Starfield in 2018 in an extremely brief teaser trailer where they were more or less just confirming the game's existence, but fresh details finally surfaced after a new trailer was shown at E3 2021. To be honest, the game is still largely a mystery, but here's everything we know about Starfield so far. At the Xbox and Bethesda Game Showcase at E3 2021, a trailer officially revealed the Starfield release date. It's scheduled to arrive on November 11th, 2022, and will be an Xbox console exclusive, launching solely on Xbox Series X, Series S, and PC. At the previously mentioned E3 2021 showcase, Bethesda showed off an in-game trailer of Starfield. It centers around an astronaut as they make their way through a ship to prepare for takeoff. After arriving in a room where they place down their gun, the trailer zooms in on a shelf labeled STOW 84S with a white case marked as property of Constellation. The trailer then zooms in on an image taped to a wall. What's in the image, that looks like a blueprint, though Todd Howard claims it's not, is unclear, but as the astronaut climbs into their seat, an individual from the organization called Constellation radios in and confirms the astronaut for their departure. The narrator in the trailer says, "They say the wonder is not that the field of stars is so vast, but that we have measured it. You're part of Constellation now, part of our family. What you have found is the key to unlocking everything. This is all we've been working towards. We've come to the beginning of humanity's final journey. That's why we're here, to discover what's out there." This is obviously some heavy hinting at Starfield's story, but we currently don't have much to go on. Not much other than bits and pieces have been revealed about Starfield's mysterious protagonist and their story. We know it takes place about 300 years into the future and involves a space organization called Constellation, which feels very reminiscent of NASA. Todd Howard calls them the last group of space explorers. In a Telegraph interview, Todd Howard confirmed that while Constellation is the primary group players will be part of in Starfield, it is one of many players will encounter and can join throughout their journey. Howard called Starfield an epic and said it will ask big questions like, are we alone in the universe? Why are we here? What are the origins of space and time? And what role does religion play in all of it? Starfield gameplay hasn't been shown yet, but there are a few features that have been confirmed. The official Starfield site says you'll be able to create any character you want and explore with unparalleled freedom. In a recent interview with Launcher, Todd Howard said you'll be able to choose your character's background and revealed that customizations can affect how your character's story unfolds. Todd Howard described Starfield as Skyrim in space, and Bethesda managing director Ashley Chang called it akin to a Han Solo simulator, where you'll be able to get in a ship, explore the galaxy, and do fun stuff. In the same Telegraph interview we mentioned earlier, Todd Howard confirmed Starfield will be playable in first and third person perspective, much like Fallout 3, Fallout 4, and Skyrim. We like that style of gameplay, he said. First person for us is still our prime way of playing, so you can see the world and touch all those things. Keeping in theme with previous Bethesda games, players can expect to encounter NPCs, and this will include humans, aliens, and even robots. A nod to this can be found in the E3 2021 trailer. If you look closely, you can spot a note on the blackboard to a robot named Vasco asking them to pick up some tranquility, with specific instructions not to get decaf. Todd Howard said Starfield will have a world that invites players to explore, interact, and test the boundaries of the game. We like to put you in a world where we're not dragging you by the nose and saying you must do X, Y, and Z, and that it's okay for you to want to test the game's boundaries, he explained. You know, can I read this book? Can I pick this up? Can I do this? What if I do this? And the game is saying yes a lot. We're still a year and some change from the release of Starfield, so we're guaranteed to hear and see some more as we get closer to launch. But for now, what are your theories about Starfield? Make sure to sound off in the comments below, and for everything Starfield, keep it here on IGN.
I always say that music is the fourth dimension. It is the emotional dimension. And so in order to create this, you have to ask these questions. Where are you going? You know, what's your motivation? What is your story? What is really pushing us? This is what really drove me more than anything else. These huge questions, they're as big as space.
Everything I've worked on at this studio, the music started very early on, as early as the concept art for the game, from when I began here in 2005. At that time, Oblivion was already well underway, but as we went on to Fallout 3 after that, that was one of the first things I worked on music-wise was the main theme, and that's always been the case, where the main theme sets the tone, for everything else we do in the game. And there's time throughout the entire project for that to evolve.
That's true, and I remember like during the Fallout 4 visit, which was actually in 2012, I was wandering through the corridors and I basically stumbled into the artist's room. And it was the first time I actually saw them do what they're doing. I was captivated. I was like, wow, I mean, this is really what it is all about. And I felt so inspired and motivated basically to go back and, you know, to do the same thing with the palette of music. The biggest challenge is actually creating the signature.
I relax a lot once
Exactly.
we feel good about the main thing, because the rest is going to, it'll be work and iteration, but it's going to write itself.
The way I looked at Starfield always is what I called the sanctified triplet, which is everything is streaming, right? Everything is changing and everything is returning back. Ta-da, ta-da, here's your development. And then ta-da, and back. So basically it presents itself, it develops, it goes back.
The circular.
Is exactly, some sort of like a circular journey.
You go out, you adventure, discover, return.
Yes, there's always the strive to go back home. And that's, I mean, I guess that's what feels so complete for us, right? We want to complete the mission. We want to complete our journey. We will find something, we will discover something, we'll take it with us, and we will go back home with it. When we built the traditional orchestral sound palette, we actually really divided the orchestral group. For example, took the woodwinds, okay? And we created like a whole woodwind layer that almost represents particle in space, because they don't play melodies at all. They play sort of like a high frequency sequence, you know, like together. So they almost don't sound like woodwind. They sound something between organic to synthetic. Then the strings, they will play this long chords or long melodies and long crescendos and diminuendos. And these kind of things along the line with the fast-moving woodwinds will create a nice blanket around these waves, okay? And then comes the brass. And the brass, especially the French horns, playing sort of like the beacon, you know, the call of the brass.
Those instrument groups as well. A lot of times when you are looking at that whole main theme, I'm kind of salivating thinking about what can I do with that on the sound design side, you know, not just to weave the main theme into different key points in the game, leveling up, discovering new places. Could we use that as straight up sound design to take those woodwind tremolos and just let's slow them way down, let's reverse them. I'll take any of that music and turn it into ambience somewhere. The music is like the companion. It's the companion to the player in the single-player game. We don't have control over how the player chooses to experience the game. Our sense of scale had to be totally readjusted in making a game on a planetary surface as we've always done before, and now where you have these very vast distances against this black, starry background. It is a blank canvas and a massive playground, and all the pieces are there for you to write your own story. Whether you jump right in and you wish to follow the main quest, the main story, and go to the obvious. One point leads to another, leads to another. The music has a funny way of playing the right chord change at the right time, and a lot of that just happens at random. You look over the valley at just the right moment, and that just happens to be when this one chord change happens, and there are times like that that feel scripted, and they're not. And I like that each player has that experience for themselves personally.
I believe that the game is a whole experience, and music is part of the whole experience. I believe that the best music in a game is a music that you don't hear, music that you feel. This is something that is bigger than us. I mean, so many people worked on this game. And so my wish is that specifically the music will be present in a way that is going to magnify the entire experience.
That gives you a look at the stories in Starfield. But ultimately, it's not our story. It's the story you create by who you are and the choices you make. And that starts with character creation. It's our most flexible yet. You can customize all the elements of how you look. You'll pick a background that gives you 3 starting skills.
Says here you spent some time as a diplomat. Having a way with words might prove useful.
There are optional traits, and these come with unique advantages and disadvantages. But it's not just in how you can look, but in how your character plays and develops. The skill system combines the best from our previous games, and you can unlock new skills as you level up, and then you rank those skills up by using them and completing challenges. And there's deep crafting systems, from running research projects with the resources you find, to crafting weapon mods needed to survive. And you can build your own outposts. These act as a home away from home for survival and resource generation. You can choose where and how to build each one, and you can hire characters you meet to keep it up and running. But that's not all. You can even build your own spaceships. You can choose crew members. And yes, you can completely customize the look and layout. There's loads of different modules, ship manufacturers, and more. I have to say, it's so cool. We just absolutely love this.
According to the scanners, the abandoned research facility is in this direction. It would appear that pirates of the Crimson Fleet are using the facility.
Hi, I'm Jess Finster, Community Director at Bethesda, and I'm back at Bethesda Game Studios doing another round of Constellation questions. Thank you so much to everybody who submitted your questions on Discord, Reddit, Twitter. We really appreciated reading them all. Today we're talking with Starfield's lead quest designer, Will Shen, on quests. So let's get started. Hi, Will.
Hi, Jess.
Do you want to give a brief intro to yourself so they can get to know you a little bit better?
Sure. I'm Will Shen. I'm the lead quest designer on Starfield, and I am also responsible for the main quest.
Well, we got some of the top questions from our community that they want to know about Starfield. First question. One of the best things about the previous games were random encounters that you have in the world. For Starfield, how has the random encounter system been improved or expanded upon, if at all?
So very exciting. This time around, we have entire planets that we have to populate. So we actually have new tech to take whole locations that we've built and put them on the planets. Now you could say maybe you're going to an outpost and you actually discover there's a whole group of people there with a particular problem. Whereas, before it might be just a person coming to you along the road. Now it's an actual whole location that can be put there. And maybe they have a problem like one of our members was kidnapped. They've been kidnapped by some pirates. We think they're over there. We actually are replacing a whole other location with that person in it and enemies around it. So it's a dynamically placed settlement that is taking you to a dynamically placed dungeon as you're walking through the planet.
So basically, at any point in time on a planet, you can just experience a random encounter anywhere.
Yeah, exactly. And I think we're really only just scratching the surface of what that tech can do.
We can see what looks like Earth's own solar system in the Starfield gameplay trailer. Will there be quests taking us back there and exploring how things have changed?
Yeah, actually, very early on in the main quest, we take you to our solar system, which in our lore is called the Old Neighborhood.
Nice.
And you'll be being sent there on a mission from Constellation to discover the mysteries of the artifacts. And you'll get in contact with the question of what happened to Earth, but also you'll go to Mars, and there's actually a settlement, one of the early settlements that humanity created after they left Earth. It's called Sidonia, and that's a whole city with its own problems and people to meet.
How will faction quest lines work compared to other BGS games? Can we join multiple factions and complete all of them like in Skyrim, or does joining one lock you out of certain others like in Fallout 4?
Yeah, so one of the early things we decided on was making sure that the main quest actually kind of gives you a little bit of a tour of the settled systems and all of the major players there so that we can give you a taste of what they're going to be up to.
We're peacekeepers. We protect the people of the Free Star Collective.
We also discussed really early on, like, okay, do we make some of the factions be in conflict with each other? And we decided, we really want to make sure that you can play through all the faction lines independently of each other. And this time around, we were like, no, we really want the stories to be a little more personal, right? You're influencing the direction of where this faction is going to go. So say the politics of the Free Star Rangers, right? What's more important? Is it justice or industry, right? Where are you going to try to nudge them in this direction or another? So you don't necessarily end up as the head of every single faction of the game. But, obviously all the major characters in every faction quest line will be reflecting on your choices, but, it can have far-reaching consequences for what that faction is, what it cares about.
What will the role of some of the companions be during quests?
The companions along the Constellation storyline, which is the main quest, they'll have a lot of opinions and points of view about what the decisions you'll be making along the main storyline. We've also added in several times where you can ask them to speak for you. So you might have a companion with you and you'll be challenged to someone will tell you can't get through here, and you can actually turn to your companion and say, hey, actually, could you handle this? And they'll actually speak on your behalf, and there could be consequences, good or bad, for what they happen to say. And all the usual things you would expect from followers, right? They'll follow you into danger. You can trade equipment with them. And, they'll also be crewing your ship, which is new. So they'll be helping out on your ship as well.
Will NPCs react in different ways depending on how the player completes a quest?
Yeah, all the quest lines have major characters, right? That they'll reflect on the decisions you're making, and they'll have opinions about whether they're good or bad, and for a few of the storylines, and including the main quest, who ends up with you at the end, right? There are some, you'll be determining the fates sometimes, whether someone lives or dies, or whether someone's still in the faction or decides to leave the faction. There's a lot of different things that'll happen.
Well, that's all the questions I have for today. Thank you so much, Will, for taking the time. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much to Will for volunteering his time to answer our questions, and thank you for submitting your questions. If you want to be the first to know about videos like this one or other news about Starfield, we encourage you to sign up to join Constellation. You can also submit any Starfield questions you would like to know at the hashtag here. So until next time, thank you, and we'll see you soon.
Hello everyone, and welcome to our brand spanking new Ninja House in Cambridge. I wanted to give you an update on the work so far for Senua's Saga Hellblade 2. What we're doing right now is building a good chunky slice of the game before we then move into full production to build out the rest. Hellblade was very special for us, and we didn't want to do a straight sequel. We wanted to do something extra special, and so we're making our lives as difficult as possible in that pursuit. The game is set in Iceland, 9th century Iceland, so we've been sending our art and audio teams out there, doing photography, photogrammetry, and combining it with satellite data to recreate large swathes of the landscape. On the character front, we're building real costumes, scanning them in. We're collaborating with Epic Games to bring you next-generation digital characters. On the combat front, we want it to be extra real and brutal. And so Melina, our main actress, has been training for 2 years, and all of our animators have undergone combat training. And so what you're going to see here is not a trailer, it's not a gameplay reveal, but rather a montage of the kind of work we've been up to. Hope you like it.
Will you follow me on this journey? By sea, by land, and dreams, through the valleys of despair, over the mountains of rage, to the depth of fear in my mind. You might see me as weak, but I will show you what lies behind my eyes. With our swords, we will forge new stories to strike the gods that haunt us. We will embrace our suffering, soothe our scars of grief, and break their siege of our minds. They may see them as gods, but we will show them what lies behind our eyes.
Gá I á fjalli, undis njóta.
And she said, "With our swords, we will forge new stories to strike the gods that haunt us." You might see me as weak, but I will show you what lies behind my eyes. We will embrace our suffering, soothe our scars of grief, and break their siege of our minds. You may see them as gods, but we will show you what lies behind their eyes.
Wait. Listen. It's coming. He's here. That's my name. He can smell your fear. He's It knows our name. How does it know our name?
To risk your own life for what you believe is your sacrifice to make. To lead others to death brings a different kind of burden. One that Senua would have to learn to bear.
Smell their fear.
He's here. Death is coming.
Look at the bones.
Death is coming.
Look at the bones. That's going to be you. That's going to be everyone. No one's ever killed a giant before. What makes you think you can stay down?
Those whose eyes are clouded by fear are besieged by the ghosts that haunt them. Senua saw that to win the war we must break this siege. Break it with an unshakable truth. Break it with an impossible feat.
Get ready. It's about to start.
Get ready.
Get ready. You can do this. First the iron, then the fire. Yes. Yes.
Now! Yes! Varric! Harold! It's me it wants to kill.
Help me!
He's seen you. She's What's your name? I know you. He needs you.
Microsoft's fourth-generation consoles, the Xbox Series X and Series S, are now entering Year 3. And though Year 1 started with a soft launch in the exclusive games department, the second half of this generation's first year delivered the flood that parched Xbox fans have waited years for. From Forza Horizon 5 to Halo Infinite to Psychonauts 2 to Microsoft Flight Simulator, it sure seemed like the Xbox's exclusive games drought was finally over. Of course, by now you know the story because you lived through it. The whole of 2022 was like a mirage in the desert. You thought you could see water up ahead, but was it really there? As such, 2023 simply must deliver for Xbox gamers who've invested so much in the platform. Microsoft is a trillion-dollar company who has seemingly exhausted the patience of its player base. Fortunately, though, there's reason to be optimistic. The conversation around blockbuster exclusives for Xbox in 2023 begins and ends with Starfield. the first brand new IP from renowned game designer Todd Howard in decades, and the first game he's directed at all since Fallout 4 back in 2015. Howard tried to call his shot back in 2020, promising an 11/11/22 release date a full 18 months early. That didn't work out, but now Starfield is finally almost here, and with apologies to Arcane's Redfall, which we'll get to in a moment, Starfield is not just the biggest game to come out of Bethesda since Microsoft bought the publisher for $7.5 billion 2 years ago. It is, on paper, the kind of exclusive that makes people want to buy into the Xbox ecosystem. And for the millions of players still enjoying the Starfield team's own Skyrim, there's good news. Starfield just might be Skyrim in space, which should be welcome news for millions of Elder Scrolls fans who've been waiting over a decade for the 6th installment of that venerable series. But Starfield will have to wait until closer to the middle of the year at least. All indications are that the aforementioned Redfall will be released first. The 4-player vampire hunting co-op first-person shooter looked downright delightful the last time we saw it, and got a giant info dump from co-creative director Harvey Smith. And it should help ease the sting of watching Bethesda's last 2 major releases, Arcane's own delectable Deathloop and Tango Gameworks' solidly strange Ghostwire Tokyo, get released as PlayStation 5 exclusives as part of a deal Bethesda signed with Sony prior to the Microsoft acquisition. Fortunately, Deathloop is now on Xbox Game Pass, and Ghostwire should follow when its 1-year window of PlayStation exclusivity expires in March. Arcane has always made devilishly smart games. Hall of Fame game designer Warren Spector calls them immersive sims that have tended to earn more critical acclaim than commercial success. Given the evergreen success of vampires in pop culture, perhaps Redfall will finally be the game that checks both boxes for the studio. Also expected in the first half of 2023 is Forza Motorsport, the next-gen only reboot of Xbox's long-running simulation racing game series. As great as the first 7 Motorsport entries have been, Horizon has arguably become the better Forza over its 5 iterations. It's also got wider appeal. Thus, Motorsport will need to dig deep into its simulation-based history to raise the bar above its raucous sibling once again. What's been shown so far has been gorgeous. Not to mention, developer Turn 10 Studios has taken ample time in rebuilding the game from the ground up, as Forza Motorsport 7 released all the way back in 2017 on Xbox One. The developers of Forza Motorsport have never failed to deliver, so racing game fans have good cause to be excited when this reboot drops. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has had a huge impact on the video game industry, and 2 major Xbox exclusives slated for release last year were pushed back to account for the war encroaching on developers' literal doorsteps. AAA first-person shooter Stalker 2: Heart of Chernobyl from Ukraine-based studio GSC Game World is the most high-profile of the games whose development timelines have been affected. The survival horror shooter will hopefully land on Xbox Game Pass in 2023, and whenever it does, it will have the entire gaming community rooting for its success. The same can be said for startup studio Sad Cat Studios, who had to relocate for the team's own safety due to the invasion. Work on Replaced has resumed, and it too will hopefully ship in 2023 as an Xbox exclusive. It's a cyberpunk thriller with gorgeous 2.5D pixel art set in an alternate reality 1980s, and it was a standout title in its debut at Xbox's 2021 showcase event. More recently, Xbox's 2022 showcase promised more exclusives in 2023. Minecraft Legends is an action strategy game that stands to do well with the casual crowd, but is unlikely to move the needle for core gamers. Instead, the biggest move Xbox is making in both 2023 and beyond, and right now the most fascinating grab-your-popcorn soap opera of recent times, is Microsoft's attempted acquisition of Activision Blizzard. As Microsoft and Sony take hilarious turns trying to appear more meek and fable than the other in front of the regulatory boards in a bid to push the deal forward or stop it completely, the on-the-ground reality for Microsoft is, if the deal does go through, to suddenly bring Blizzard's 2023 powerhouse sequel Diablo 4 to Xbox Game Pass. The Call of Duty exclusivity situation is a whole other matter entirely, but getting a new Diablo onto Game Pass would be a huge win for Xbox. Even if you set aside the Activision Blizzard drama, Microsoft still has a number of exclusives that have previously been announced that could land in the latter half of 2023. The gorgeous Unreal Engine 5 powered psychological thriller Senua's Saga Hellblade 2 from renowned developer Ninja Theory seems like the most probable candidate of the lot. Avowed is tougher to gauge since we haven't even seen a gameplay trailer from it yet, but developer Obsidian has already delivered one 10 out of 10 game as an Xbox exclusive, and Avowed could be the perfect way to satiate Skyrim fans while the wait for The Elder Scrolls 6 continues. Could it sneak in at the end of 2023? Possibly, though it could depend on where in the calendar Starfield ends up landing. Perfect Dark, Fable, The Outer Worlds 2, Contraband, and Gears 6 all seem unlikely to sneak in before the Xbox Series X's third year comes to a close, but hopefully we'll see at least something tangible from each of them. More concretely, it's not outside the realm of possibility that one or more of State of Decay 3, Indiana Jones, and Everwild lands on your console sooner than expected. The bottom line, though, is that it is well past time for Microsoft to deliver blockbuster exclusives to its fans. All of those games will come with $70 price tags, as Microsoft finally joined most of the rest of the major publishers in the industry at raising its game prices from $60. Fortunately, many Xbox gamers won't really feel any effects of that, since all of those first-party games launch directly into Xbox Game Pass, whose monthly price is, for now, unchanged. On that note, Xbox Game Pass has become so successful it's now a meme, which is probably the best case scenario Microsoft could have hoped for when they spun up the service back in 2017. The thing is, though, the meme don't lie. Xbox Game Pass really is the best deal in gaming, and 2023 should deliver not just the first wave of overdue first-party exclusives, but also continued third-party value as well. Though no formal announcement has been made yet, it's reasonable to expect MLB The Show 23 to return to the service on launch day. So too will indie darling Hollow Knight Silksong, the Vin Diesel vehicle Arc 2, promising Souls-like Flintlock The Siege of Dawn, intriguing farming sim Lightyear Frontier, moody platformer The Last Case of Benedict Fox, and quirky action-adventure Ravenlock. And that's just what's expected in the first half of the new year. More are inevitably coming. Meanwhile, Xbox Cloud Gaming continues to quietly evolve and integrate into the Xbox ecosystem via Game Pass. There are deals to be had on the Xbox Series S, and oh yeah, you can now actually find and purchase an Xbox Series X at many stores without too much hassle. And once you do have the console in hand, you can now order a custom Xbox Elite controller in the Xbox Design Lab, further personalizing your Xbox experience. Ultimately, 2023 is a year of serious promise for Xbox, but it comes with an understandable sense of urgency from Xbox owners. Microsoft has seen its stable of first-party studios grow immensely over the past several years, rectifying a series of mistakes that compounded during the Xbox One generation. Players have been patient, but at this point, Microsoft has exhausted any goodwill it had remaining. In short, it's time to put up or shut up. Fortunately, all indications are that, like the 2016 Chicago Cubs, this is finally going to be the year. For more from the world of Xbox, don't miss our recent hands-on preview of Diablo 4, and for everything else in the world of Xbox, keep it tuned right here to IGN.
I tell you, it takes a lot of rage to stare across 8 realms of hell, an ocean of demons, into the eyes of the Red Judge and still think, I'm coming for you. Her guns were the drums of hell. Me? I'm just a fan. I'm still here. Holding on. Let this fire break. Let this scorching last. It's so beyond this age. It's up and on that scared. You always spoke the truth, but never knew it all. Never knew it all. Just wanted to take this devastation feels like
Time is against us, and the curse that afflicts Tasha continues to consume her. Briggsy believed that a cure did indeed exist. If you can find it, we can save Tasha. Following in her footsteps is our only hope of discovering what she knew. I have imbued Briggsy's mask with her memories. Use it and let those memories guide you. Briggsy found a way to see a world beyond our own. And now you must too. But you must be cautious, for there will be others. seeking the power of this cure for themselves.
My adventures always made for grand stories. But there are parts of my journey that I never dared reveal. I think now, it's time for that story to be told.
Hello, and welcome to the first Sea of Thieves news of 2023. As you can see, I'm not John, but there's still a boatload of content to share with you. So, let's get started, shall we? Following on from the events of our previous adventure, The Rogue's Legacy, Tasha's curse continues to consume her, and it's up to you to discover the world beyond our own and uncover the secrets of Captain Briggs's past in our new adventure, The Secret Wilds. This new adventure will be available from the 19th of January, free for all players. And over in the Rare store, you can plan your voyages for the year ahead with the Sea of Thieves 2023 calendar, featuring full colour artwork of your favourite scenes and characters. In the Pirate Emporium this month, you can reminisce about your mythical misadventures with the Labyrinth Looter ship set. Adorned with gold accents and a figurehead that's just too hot to handle, you'll be feared amongst pirates as you bulldoze across the waves. On land, however, you can put your horns to use with the Labyrinth Looter costume and accompanying Charge Up emote. And with the Labyrinth Looter weapon set, you'll be ready to take on the monstrous foes of myth and legend with ease. Well, from a distance at least. The totally awesome, awe-inspiring emote bundle will have you getting stacked, getting dizzy, and doing things that gravity just simply wouldn't allow. And when no one is responding to your puns, you can always rely on your trusty Pocket Pebble to get you through the lonelier times on the sea. Just don't try skimming it, he doesn't like that. The Lunar Festival pet outfits are back for a limited time. Get your beloved companions dancing like a dragon to celebrate the new year in style. And finally, when you need to get your point across, you can always call out other pirates in a rather intimidating fashion with the Come Here emote. And better yet, it's free for all players. I promise to never skim you again. Since returning from a well-earned rest, the team have been hard at work on updates to PvP matchmaking. Senior designer George Orton is on deck to tell us more.
We've seen a couple of areas, specifically with our Season 8 introduced PvP gameplay, that we know we can improve. We will now be allowing same faction battles when matchmaking has taken too long. So this should mean that there is always a battle available to you. Same faction battles will have a dramatic improvement on matchmaking times, and so will cross-stamp migration. Now, without getting too much into the details, cross-stamp migration allows more crews to find each other as part of the migration process. Players will now earn increased compensation when their ship sinks and they lose a battle. We've increased the amount of reputation that you will earn for the Reaper's Bones if you sail as a Servant of the Flame with the Reaper's Emissary flag up. We've also changed it so that crews who sink to the battle bounds will now actually get that compensation for losing the battle. And we've boosted the number of available arenas for these PvP battles from 6 to 50. So players should see loads more variation, and I'll also be closer to outposts when it comes to cashing in any chests that they've earned from their opposition. We've seen crews spawning into battles where they feel outnumbered by the number of opponent ships. For this reason, we now no longer grant you the rewards for allegiance and Hourglass of Fate value if you sink somebody else's invading ship. Only the 2 ships involved in the battle will be able to get those rewards. In addition to this, we have fixed the bug where chests and crates will act as a shield for your ship and absorb cannon hits for you. So that exploit is fixed and you can no longer do that.
And that's it for another episode. If you liked what you saw and you want to see more, then like, subscribe, ring that little ship's bell for all those glorious notifications. Cheers.
Action, knowledge, come with me. We must witness this together. What is my favorite legend of the overworld? The one I like most tells of a peaceful land that did not know cruelty. Until it was attacked by invaders, spreading the scourge of greed and fire. It tells of a world on the brink of disaster, rising to answer the call of a hero. Tells of struggles and sacrifices. But most importantly, this legend reminds us that hope can win the day. And that when fiery foes seem never-ending, that is when the world needs legends the most.
Watch out everyone, the piglins are coming! And we're going to talk a lot about those wee guys. But before we do, I should introduce not piglins, but a couple of the team members responsible for the highly anticipated Minecraft Legends. Welcome to the game's executive producer, Dennis Reese. Welcome, Dennis.
Thank you.
And creative director, Magnus Niedfors.
Yes.
Welcome, Magnus.
Thank you very
Thanks for
much.
joining us today. Hey, welcome back to Gamescom.
Yeah, it's great.
Feels good
So
to be
excited.
back, right?
I know. It's nice to be back here in Germany with sausages and video games. It's excellent.
All the good things at once.
Those are a few of my favorite things,
Yeah,
sausages
exactly.
and video games. Right, so you announced Minecraft Legends at our Xbox Showcase back in June, right? So
Yeah.
give us a reminder of what we should expect from Legends.
Well, Legends is an action strategy game based in the Minecraft universe that really encourages you to go out and explore the world and use all of these resources that you gather to help defend the overworld, which is being invaded by these horrible piglins. And yeah, it's a lot of fun. I think players are really going to enjoy getting out and playing the game.
Yeah, well, it's a new game that we're developing at Mojang. We're doing it together with Blackbird Interactive. It is a little bit of a different game because the easiest way to describe it is action and strategy. So it's a kind of a unique combination of gameplay.
Nice. So it's not the same Minecraft that we're used to, but clearly still set in the Minecraft universe, still got all the things we know and love about Minecraft. But it must be so exciting to take that universe in a different direction, right? So why did you choose to do that with Minecraft Legends?
Well, with Minecraft, we really like to, at Mojang, we really like to create games that we love to play. And we're really passionate about strategy games. And years ago, people are sitting around talking about how they could bring a strategy game into the Minecraft universe. And you know, the more talk, and it turned into something that we really wanted to do. And it was you know, it's passion really that drove us to this legend.
Great. And it's kind of within the Minecraft universe, you do kind of have this kind of blank slate, right, to create all these different experiences, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Must be fun to play with.
Yeah, no, that's one of the great things, you know. Minecraft is such a treat. It's like it's for everybody in so many ways. We do have, you know, the original game that we usually call vanilla. We have done Minecraft Legend. No, sorry, we're doing that now. We have done Minecraft Dungeons.
Yeah.
And now we want to bring yet another game to broaden the experiences that player can experience within the Minecraft universe. So.
Great. So once the idea or the sort of seed for Minecraft Legends developed, like, how did you build the team around it? Who did you bring together to work on the game?
Well, we knew that when we started to go out and build this, there were a couple of problems we had to solve. Number one, Mojang isn't a strategy game developer. It's not something we do. And number two, as Magnus mentioned, you know, a real Minecraft or original Minecraft is called vanilla to us. And for us, vanilla is really important, and the studio focuses mostly on vanilla. So we had to go find a partner, one who knew how to build strategy games, and you know, one who really had a passion for Minecraft. And so we started looking around, and we uncovered Blackbird Interactive.
Okay.
They were known for making the strategy game called Deserts of Karak. And they were a pretty newly formed company at the time, but their experience ran deep with strategy games. And the more we looked at them, the more we realized how passionate they were also about the Minecraft universe. We really thought they could be a great partner for us. And so that's when we started moving forward.
Right.
And when we started to work with them, they also, you said they were already passionate, but they were also eager to learn what's the secret behind making a Minecraft game. So it's been super interesting to work on them, like their creative team, just, you know, tossing ideas around. And could it be this? No. Could it be this? Yeah, great idea. And we are kind of like just, you know, throwing ideas back and forth, what's good for Minecraft and what's not good for Minecraft.
Right.
Yeah.
It must be great to bring new people, new ideas into that kind of Minecraft melting pot. That must be a ton of fun, right?
Oh, so much fun. And actually, you know, the team started very small. Just a few of us kind of getting going. And then once we had a good idea as to how we wanted to progress, it slowly got larger and larger. And then, you know, new people with a lot of new experience came on board. And I remember Magnus, actually. Magnus came on, 2-3 years ago? And when he came on, his experience with open world games completely changed how we wanted to think about Legends. And we were able to take a lot of his experience and apply it to Legends to really create a better experience. And I mean, and that's the story across the board with lots of the folks from you know, the team as it grew. And I really enjoy it. It's been a great experience.
Nice. Wow, Magnus.
Yeah.
Nice work.
Yeah. Well, thank you. It's a pleasure to work with them, and you know, the whole team is fantastic to work with. And as Dennis said, I came aboard a couple of years ago, but I also saw the energy that already existed there. Like, everybody was so excited, and it was great to, you know, for me to learn a new environment and a new type of games. Like, come a little bit from a different background. Yes, I made open world games, so I can bring that experience. But Minecraft is so different, so it was a lot of super fun learning for me as well, coming to Mojang. You know, really of course I played it almost since day one, because, you know, back in the day Mojang was a studio across the street from me, so like I've known it for a long time, but just, you know, getting to know it for real, working with all the creative people, both at Mojang but as well at Blackbird, you know, just that's what I like to do as, you know, in my creative leadership. I kind of like to lead teams, you know, just get them together, but there's so much creativity going on, and, you know, get that snowball effect of just talking about ideas and so on. It's so fun.
He even listens to me. executive producer every once in a while.
Every now and then.
Every now and then.
What a team. That's amazing. Now, speaking of the team, though, one of the things that fascinates me about this is that Blackbird are in Canada, right?
Yeah.
Magnus, you're in Sweden.
Yes.
Dennis, you're in Redmond, near Seattle, right?
Yeah.
So you've got 3 completely different geographical locations. How do you pull all that together?
Well, it's a lot of work and dedication from the team in general. But that's the thing. We've managed to change our hours when we need to. And also BBI has been very accommodating when we all need to travel to a location and be on site, work together. We just make it work. But really, it comes down to that passion and working together. Let's say it's fun. We really enjoy each other's company, and what started as just sort of work relationships really has become more friendship. And so you're willing to endure some of that time zone change so that you can enjoy spending time. I stare at Magnus on the screen so much.
Yeah, you're crazy. You kind of I don't know when you go up. It's often before I normally go to bed, so I don't know.
Yeah, but you're up pretty late too, so it's like we just make it work.
Yeah, exactly. But like making games is always a bit of a challenge. Like it's not easy to make these kind of games, but I think it's an all that struggle that you, as Dennis said, you make friends in real life and so on, and just get along together and have a good time. Struggles makes people come together in a good way.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you talked about Minecraft Legends as an action strategy game, right? Why did you choose that genre? And tell us what that means from a gameplay sense.
Well, so what we wanted to make sure that when we choose any games within the Minecraft universe, that they're unique and different. And really, you can look at Legends, for example. We did that where we wanted to bring a dungeon crawler experience into the Minecraft universe, and so in doing so, we wanted to make it feel very Minecraft. And that's what we did with the strategy game here with Legends. Is we really wanted to make sure that we are authentic to what Minecraft was as we bring it into a strategy experience into the universe. And that's a big piece.
What Danny said, in the beginning, it was an idea that hey, we should have a strategy game within the Minecraft universe, and that would be cool. But another aspect of Minecraft is that we always have a hero character. So the hero character is there, and that's not common in strategy games. You usually control a strategy game by a mouse pointer or something like that.
Right.
So bringing that hero, like letting the player feel like they're part of the game world, is super important in all our games. So that kind of founded, hey, how can we combine these two types of game where you're one part hero-centric, but one part controlling armies and so on. That's really been really interesting. And when we kind of started to realize that, hey, this is quite new. And as a game maker, when you find something you feel, this isn't, like there's not 10 games like that out there, then you feel like you're something on to something special. So actually it was, the thing that brought me really into this project was kind of my first day. 2 of the team members just sat down directly, described the game to me, and I kind of like almost in that day felt like, wow, we have something great here, because I haven't heard anything like this before. And then we just kept rolling with that action strategy idea.
Okay. So. This might sound like a silly question, but right, action strategy. Where do you find the balance, right? Because action is quite immediate, it's quite visceral. Strategy is a little bit more step back, assess the situation. So where's the balance in Legends?
It's hard to balance games always, but I would say it's hard to draw a pie chart of you spend 73% in strategy mode and this percentage in another mode and so on. But it's like, I'm surprised how well it actually fits together now, because they go into each other and they complement each other in a really good way. One thing that we wanted to do from the beginning is to make a strategy game that works well on console.
Right.
That's hard with the traditional, it's actually strange to think about it, but the pace of a strategy game is often higher than an action game, because you're so quick of scrolling around, maneuvering around with your cursor and so on, click, 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 and you do very, very many actions in a very, very short time in a strategy game normally. So having a hero at the center that can't be there, actually surprisingly enough, brings down the tempo of a strategy game, which is very well suited to make it play well on consoles by a controller. So like just adding those two types, it was kind of a surprise. I wish I could be smart and sit there and say, yeah, we thought about that from the beginning. But sometimes you need to be honest and say, it's just something that we discovered as we prototyped and developed the game.
A wonderful discovery. Yeah, exactly. And that's one of the things I find really interesting about this is, you made the point, you're not controlling a cursor, you're actually controlling a character. You have to deliberately traverse the environment and, physically move within the game, right? So how do you handle that within the game design, like actually getting around the world?
Well, it was actually really great because it's easy to navigate as you go about and run through the world. You are on a horse within Minecraft. That's possible in vanilla, but here you're always on your horse.
Right.
So you're able to navigate all types of terrain quickly, get to where you need to, execute your commands. And then also there's other areas in the game that as you're running through the world, you'll uncover new elements. Like, for example, we have Speed Wheat, which gives you an instant speed rush, or actually mushrooms within the world, which allows you to jump extra high. And then you can use those abilities to access other areas of the world in quick or strategic ways.
Oh, and given that you've gone in a slightly different direction here, a different genre, what inspirations did you pull from within, other things you've done within Minecraft as well, but then maybe some external influence as well, other games?
Yeah, well, for me, I really look not to external games to make this reference, but more internal. Dungeons, Minecraft Dungeons taught so much to our organization onto how to bring a new game that is not your traditional Minecraft experience, a dungeon crawler, to the players. And I personally think we learned so much just from that game alone that we're applying to Legends to make sure that we can bring another game in the right way. I would definitely say that's a great reference.
Yeah. Well, inspiration on the creative side, obviously, as you mentioned, Minecraft in general, all our games, we want to stay true to, creative people are so fluffy and it's hard to tell, but that Minecraft feel, it's hard to describe in another way. Otherwise,
but you know it immediately.
Exactly, we know it immediately. But other than that, I don't want to point out the special game because, as we have been talking, it's kind of a unique combination. It's not like any other game out there. That's rare. But of course, there was a few games like this in the 90s, in the early 2000s. Not very many, but technology now makes it possible to push that even further. We can have more troops and so on. So I can't say there's one game or several games, but just play a lot of games and enjoy them, and you will draw inspiration from so many things. One thing as a creative, I think it's unusual to hear that people, but I like to think about you should draw inspiration from things that you don't think is that good either. Mm-hmm. So when you play games that you feel like, I'm missing something here. What can I do to make this a better game as well? So it's kind of strange to be inspired by bad things, but that's actually true for myself.
Yeah, that's a super constructive way to be inspired, right? Yeah. It's building on something. Yeah. That's awesome. So when you think about the player you're aiming for, is it more of the sort of classic Minecraft player, or is it more of a classic strategy fan?
Yes, it's all of the above. Yeah, that's one thing, is that we really wanted to create an experience that if you're not a strategy game player, that you can enjoy.
Right.
And if you are a strategy game player, then we'll give you a great experience that you can enjoy as well. And I think that we're really nailing it. It's coming along. I was not a traditional hardcore strategy game player, but I found myself really, really enjoying what we're creating, to the point where I've started experimenting. So I'm playing some other games now, and it's kind of broadened my exposure to the genre. And so I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of other players, similar to me.
Right.
Yeah.
It has been important to get as a broad target audience as possible. But I think, again, with Minecraft, it's possible because we are already reaching so many players and so on. So obviously, all the players who knows Minecraft now get a new way of enjoying Minecraft. But at the same time, it's super important to remember that even though a lot of players play Minecraft or have played it in the past and so on, this game is also totally possible. You don't need to have played Minecraft. You don't need to know what Minecraft is to enjoy this game. You can come on in, and this game will help you to understand what the Minecraft universe is and bring you into the wonderful, thing we have going on there.
Excellent. I want to talk more about the hero. We touched on the hero earlier.
Yeah.
I just find it really fascinating. Like, how did you center the experience and this idea of action strategy around that hero character?
The hero coming into the world and that element of exploring, I mean, it's very Minecrafty, right? So applying it here was just something that we wanted to make sure we did. And I don't know, Magnus, you could probably touch on a little better than I could.
As you say, the hero is important, but it's kind of like because it's important in all our games. Like, that's the center. We want that to be a extension of a player almost.
Right.
So the kind of like there is a story told about a hero coming into this legend and so on, but the game structure is relatively open, so you can play it however you want, in the order you want to, and so on. And we'll push on the story depending on what actions you take with your hero. So you move through the story in the campaign. But at the same time, as we want that to be the core of the game, it's not in gameplay everything. It's so much more about that you are a character coming to this world and uniting everybody who is here against the threat that the piglins are. So you need to come here to make a lot of friends, and they will, together with you, help you to defeat the piglins. So it's not about getting stronger or you're not getting a new arm or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's more or less make friends, play around with them, have a good time, and defeat the piglins together.
It's a great message, though, isn't it? It's like It's almost like you're building connections, you're building alliances, you're uniting people against a common enemy.
I didn't think about this, but I said before, like, it's kind of like game dev. I said, like, struggles makes you come together and you're able to overcome obstacles. And that's kind of what you do in the game as well as the hero. There is a struggle, the piglins are attacking, we need to defend, so everybody comes together, and then we defeat the piglins.
So. I love that. And it's with your team as well.
Yeah, exactly.
You're bringing this team together from lots of different places. It's very, very, very cool. All right. It's time to talk piglins.
Ah, yes.
We want to talk piglins. I mean, what's their deal? And why did you choose them as the bad guys?
What's up with them?
What's up with the piglins? Piglins exist in vanilla. And they were great for us to bring them out into Legends and expand on them. And so, there's sort of different versions of what piglins exist in Legends compared to what they are in vanilla. But they're, these horrible, mean, kind of ugly, cute characters that look like they really stink. But it's just they sort of invade, and they're just causing nothing but problems. And, here they are in the overworld, destroying it. And that's where you, the hero, comes to play to try to, unite that overworld and take them back. And yeah, that's definitely a big piece.
Yeah, as you said, they are ugly cute, right?
Yeah.
So they're so charming, and we felt that from the beginning, like, of all the mobs that we have. We like all our mobs in the Minecraft universe, but the pigling had such a potential to be kind of like the bad guys in the game, where it was easy to see, wow, we can make this version of a piglin, we could that so we have expanded the range of piglins in many different ways. As you saw the trailer when we started up, many new types of piglins within the game and so on. So it's pretty cool.
So tell me about some of those different types of piglins. I want to know what we're coming up against.
Well, there's one of them we just debuted here in the trailer that you just saw. It's called the Pigmadillo. And it's the one that comes out of the portal and then kind of hunches up into like a cube and rolls at you. Very difficult to defeat, and one of the more fun ones. Another one is the Bruiser. It's another one you've seen in the trailer. It comes out and has like two kind of razor blades on its arms and does some really wicked moves as it comes and attacks you. But yeah, that's a very fun one too. There's lots of different types of piglins.
Yeah, we have expanded in so many ways. So that's a couple of like detailed units. Another thing that we have done is to kind of like build up almost like a society. Like we have different hordes, as we say. Here as game comes, we have been presenting a horde of the Bastion. And so the different hordes differentiate both in look, but primarily in the game how they play, how you play against them and so on. So you need to think about how you engage in combat with the different hordes in different ways. So they look and feel different, and it's just fun to engage with them.
Right. So what kind of units do you, as the hero player, then bring to bear against the piglins?
Well, I mean, for example, Magnus referenced how the Horde of the Bastion has a lot of structures. So one of the units you're going to want to use on your side is one called the Cobblestone Golem. That's very good against structures. So you can take the Cobblestone Golems and attack and get a lot more results, a lot better results. Another one is the Plank Golem. You saw a horrible demise of a Plank Golem in the trailer, actually. But that's one of the ranged units. And that's very, very good as you attack to use those in tandem. I don't know, any others you can think of?
Well, I'm thinking more about the way that you need to engage with them, because as I said, the hordes are playing differently. The Horde of the Bastion, for example, it's almost hear it at the name, right? They like to build forts, they entrench themselves and so on. So you need to grind your way into their bases and to defeat the portals at the center of it. While others are more open and so on. So how you think about your unit composition, which friends you bring with you in each fight and so on. And also the way you lead them. Like you can lead your friends into battle in so many different ways.
Yeah. I love exploring the bases. Yeah. And get to the high ground, look at the base, and evaluate what is the best way I want to attack this base.
Yeah.
And then use the tools, your units, as you see fit to go and do the best results possible.
Yeah, it's good variation. So a lot of gameplay variation, a lot of different units. We will show more as we go along up until the launch of the game. So
it's great. As you're talking through there, it feels like, yes, you're taking the genre in a new direction, but it's also giving you a new direction to talk about the lore of Minecraft world and the mobs that we already know and maybe love, and finding out more about them. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's part of that Minecraft feel I'm talking about. You could call that for lore, but we want to have a little bit of a mystery going on around what's going on in Minecraft and so on. And that's how we work with it. So we are kind of doing things in the different games where you can find hints of what's going on in another game. And especially our community, they are so good at kind of trying to figure out what we want them to figure out and so on. So we bring some secret messages and they try to decipher them all the time. And it's
I want to be clear, when we announced the game, I mentioned that Jens had a shirt on, which was a hint as to what Badger became today. None of us are wearing any sort of hints about future games, so just letting you know.
I've been very closely examining Magnus' t-shirt here, trying to figure out. Take a freeze frame of that, everyone.
Yeah.
or don't. Yeah. All right, amazing. Magnus, Dennis, thank you so much for your time. It's been great just to talk about Minecraft Legends. When can we see more? When can we hear more?
You can learn more by following us all our social channels, Twitter, so on. You can also at Minecraft.net follow up on a newsletter, so you will get that. Wow, that's loud.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Something
exciting
happened. Yeah.
Minecraft Live. Minecraft Live.
Great, can't wait.
We'll come there and tell quite a bit more about the game. So.
Okay. More secrets to reveal.
More secrets to reveal.
Fantastic. Hey, brilliant seeing you both. Welcome back to Gamescom.
Thanks.
It's been an absolute pleasure. It's a good one, gents.
It's excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Welcome back to Next Gen Console Watch, our show following all the news and updates on PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X. I'm Damon Hatfield, and as always, I'm joined by Ryan McCaffrey, host of IGN's Xbox podcast, Podcast Unlocked.
Howdy, Damon.
Hello there. And Max Scoville, host of IGN's PlayStation podcast, Podcast Beyond.
Hello.
And of course, last week we were looking at PlayStation and what PlayStation needs to do in 2023 to make it a great year for itself and its fans. So this week we're looking at Xbox. What does Xbox need to do to make 2023 a great year for Xbox and Xbox gamers? Ryan, let's kick things off. What do you think is the most important thing Xbox will need to do this year?
I mean, this sounds obvious, but it's so crucially important, and that's Starfield cannot miss. It has to just be an incredible game. Not a great game, not a good game. Like it cannot be an 8 out of 10 video game. Starfield needs to be a 9 out of 10, 10 or 10 out of 10 if we're so lucky caliber game, like Skyrim was, like Oblivion was before it. So the studio pedigree from Todd Howard and the team is there. But it's got to be awesome. This is I was racking my brain, Max, and to me, I know our commenters, our fans are probably going to start typing in the comments in a second, but I think this is Xbox's biggest exclusive new IP. So new thing. I'm going all the way back to Gears of War. That's how high up I think Starfield is. Because again, this is Todd Howard, Bethesda Game Studios. There have been plenty of other attempts. I mean, Crackdown kind of started strong and fizzled out over games 2 and 3. But you go back to Gears in 06 and like name me a bigger exclusive new IP from Microsoft since. I mean, their first party problems are well documented on this show and my own podcast Unlocked. But my point is Starfield is huge. It's got to be at that upper like 99th percentile of quality and of the critical reception, and it's got to be a home run for Microsoft. Otherwise, the rest of the lineup this year, there's good stuff. There's Redfall, there's Forza Motorsport, there's a whole list of other things that we're still expecting. But in terms of the exclusives, Starfield's the big one. Everything else is kind of the supporting cast. So it's just got to be amazing.
Yeah. And it also has actually come out, right?
Yeah, that too. I'm not worried about that. I mean, is it going to make it before June like we were promised last June? That remains to be seen. We have this developer direct coming up next week, which will not include Starfield. We're getting a separate Starfield direct at some point later. So, I mean, the release date is still up in the air, but I absolutely would bet $100 that it's coming out this year. I'm not worried about that part.
It's a tricky year because it's either competing with Tears of the Kingdom or whatever is happening this fall, probably Spider-Man,
right?
Which is assuming that's on track. And so it's kind of like the floor is lava a little bit. Where do you put this out so you're not competing with another massive game?
Because if this were Elder Scrolls 6, which is this team's next game, everything else would have to compete with it. Mm-hmm. But Starfield, yes, it's from a very decorated, incredible development team, but it is a new IP that doesn't have that 20 plus years of brand recognition and brand love attached to it the way that Elder Scrolls does, and those other ones like Diablo and Zelda and Street Fighter and Final Fantasy too. So yeah, there'll be some headwinds no matter what, but that's why the game's got yet another reason why the game's got to be amazing.
And on the PlayStation side, I think we expect Marvel's Spider-Man 2 to be the big game this fall. Do you think Starfield could be Xbox's big game this fall?
I hope not, because that would mean it got pushed a whole year instead of 6 months. But in fact, that was one of the next things I wanted to talk about was assuming it's not Starfield in Q4, that Starfield will be out sooner. I do think Xbox needs a heavy hitter for Q4. Not that you can really, I don't know if there's anything Microsoft has that can compete with Spider-Man 2 in terms of just the hype level and the again, brand recognition. Spider-Man himself, of course, is one of the biggest IPs on the planet, and Insomniac Spider-Man and Spider-Man Miles Morales are two of the best, not just superhero games, but just games, period, on the PlayStation. But yeah, Microsoft, they need a big Q4 game. If that ends up being Starfield, well, then I hope we're not starving the rest of the year ahead of that. But if indeed Starfield makes it out sooner, they've got to get something. I mean, maybe Hellblade 2 is, again, that's not a blockbuster IP the way that Spider-Man is, but Hellblade 2 is a game that I think could be at that really high pedigree of quality in terms of, it is the most, and I mean this in a complimentary way, the most Sony-like game that's currently announced from Microsoft. So because we know it's almost certainly too early for Gears of War 6. There's Perfect Dark Fable are much further out. So I do think they're going to need something to get out there for their fans while Sony's fans or PlayStation players are having a ball with Spider-Man 2 in the fall.
Max, what do you think about the prospects of Spider-Man 2 going up against Hellblade 2?
I don't think Spider-Man has anything to worry about.
No.
Hellblade, great game. First one was very much like this is it felt like an extremely AAA indie game. It was.
It kind of was. Actually.
Yeah. It's there's some combat. It's not a total walking simulator, but you're poking around and you're exploring your feelings, and it's like mental illness and magic. It's kind of a bit cerebral for sort of the AAA space. Spider-Man swings around on webs, punches people in the face, fights the bad guys, friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. This is like extremely dark. Like it's, it borders on horror. Like it's a very, very dark fantasy with, clearly a lot going on. And it's, I think, visually like a really amazing showcase, but
yeah, Unreal Engine 5 on this
for sure. Yeah. And I'm interested to see how much they build on the mechanics of the first one, because the first one was very, I wouldn't even call it cinematic so much as it was kind of narrow. It was very focused. It did what it set out to do, but it was sort of limited in scope, and it was a smaller game. And this is clearly playing with some massive scale, but this isn't the same as like a massive open world game or like a big sprawling RPG. This is clearly more about narrative first.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to even suggest that Hellblade 2 would compete with Spider-Man. And again, you're talking about one of the most well-known properties on the planet. That's a sequel to a beloved, incredible game. Although, again, like you said, Hellblade 1 was excellent. But I do think, it could be that kind of a big exclusive potential, just 9 out of 10, or if we're lucky, 10 out of 10 caliber game for Microsoft this fall to at least so Microsoft can say, hey, yeah, we've got a great exclusive this fall too. We're not, which we didn't have. Well, PlayStation got God of War this fall, Xbox got nothing. So we'll see. I hope we've got something for Q4, and hopefully it's not Starfield, because hopefully that game will already be out.
Okay, so providing Starfield arrives and is as great as we hope, Microsoft has something big in the fall to go up against Spider-Man 2. Ryan, what would you say is the third thing that Xbox needs to do this year?
Make at least one major new game announcement. I'm not talking about, with no disrespect to like Contraband, which is the full third-party partnership that we heard about a couple years ago and haven't heard anything since. I'm talking about an announcement of a top shelf AAA, or even now we hear the term quadruple A thrown around, a top shelf level announcement. Could that be Gears 6? Maybe. I mean, I think that's sort of on the borderline of that level. I've loved the last couple of Gears games that the Coalition has done. Maybe it's id Software's next project. id Software, just to remind everybody, they have proven themselves over the last half decade, or even a little more, as one of the best first-person shooter developers on Earth. I mean, Doom Eternal, even the 2 expansion packs that they did for Doom Eternal were just incredible. And we're about due for a new announcement from them, because we're coming up on the 3-year anniversary of Doom Eternal's release, and their tech, they've got their id tech that they already kind of brought forward to next gen when they did that update for Doom Eternal, the free update. So I feel like id could check that box of, and whether that's a Quake reimagining of Quake, similar to how they reimagined Doom
and Wolfenstein.
Well, Wolfenstein, of course, that is an id IP that Machine Games did. But yeah, whether it's Quake, whether it's something else, and the new id game could do that. Unfortunately, in light of today's news about the 10,000 layoffs at Microsoft, including from reporting from Jason Schreier that 343, it sounds like, was hit fairly hard. Because I was going to say, well, maybe a Halo spin-off project. The Blue Team, which are Master Chief's Spartan buddies, they played a sadly minimal role in Halo 5, and then were sort of teased in some of the audio logs in Halo Infinite. Like, maybe there's another team that could work on a spin-off game with them, but they need something. They need some big announcement this year, because they've shown their hand. Unlike Sony, right? Like Sony, we don't really know what the heck's going on with most of their studios, because they haven't had to really. They've been able to ride the wave of Horizon and GT and God of War.
No, I think you're totally onto something. Obviously, Microsoft needs to announce something big, because the last big showcase was like, here's what's coming out up until June 2023, and that's clock's ticking down for that. So presumably they're going to do something like that again in June and show what's coming in the next year or so. It'd be cool if something that gets shown off there, like. It's not unheard of to have a massive game get revealed in June and then come out in the fall. I mean, that's what we got with Fallout 4.
Absolutely.
So it'd be cool to see that. Also, we've had Microsoft scoop up all these studios and all these things that we were already familiar with, which are now first-party properties. But, Starfield was announced prior to that. Like, there's a lot of stuff that's kind of, Diablo 4. We knew that was coming long before Microsoft owned it. So it'd be kind of cool to see, something like a familiar IP that didn't used to be a Microsoft exclusive property suddenly getting a new installment, sort of really just, properly christening that acquisition and being like, here, we're making this, Microsoft Studios logo at the front, and it's, a logo. Maybe it's a trailer for Elder Scrolls 6. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, Raven Software comes to mind as a very talented first-person shooter house. Like, I love Heretic and Hexen. They a modern version of that.
Any game where you can turn into a chicken, just give it to me. That's all I need.
Yeah, it's now that maybe Microsoft will liberate them from the working in the Call of Duty salt mines, which they've been doing for the last 10 years. There's a lot of talent there, but anyway, sorry, Damon. My point is,
it's good.
That, we know about Fable, we know about Avowed, we know about Perfect Dark, but so we know a lot of what's coming because they had to show us, because they had nothing, so they had to say, look, we're working on a bunch of stuff. Here's a bunch of announcements, but we need a big new exclusive announcement this year.
So we know that things are going to get more expensive. They already are getting more expensive. We've been told that Game Pass subscription costs will go up at some point. That sucks, but that's an inevitability. What Microsoft, I think, really needs to do is to continue a steady cadence of stuff coming out that reminds people why they should stay subscribed. And that, obviously that can't be a massive, huge AAA game every month, but I think treating it sort of like how other subscription services, Netflix, Prime Video, HBO, whatever, there's always like the kind of, there's the headlining acts. Like, there's the big stuff that keep people's attention. And more recently, like, High on Life wasn't the biggest game of last year, but it got a lot of people's attention, and it was on Game Pass, and that was, these games, they don't even have to be like Microsoft exclusives, but if there's a huge, sort of underdog, dark horse indie game that comes up that everyone's talking about, if it's free on Game Pass, that's huge. That justifies that subscription cost. So hopefully, just I want that kind of, I want it to feel like a magazine subscription, like what's on the cover, like a new thing shows up every month. What is it? And
I like, as a former magazine guy, I like that analogy, but I think your streaming service analogy is even more apt, because it's like, you have your favorite shows, like I'm waiting for the next season of The Witcher on Netflix, but in the meantime, there's always like, you're kind of like, oh, what show am I going to watch next? What new season is coming up? And they always try to have like something starting as something else is ending, right?
And there's always, there's stuff that maybe doesn't have the biggest marketing push behind it, especially, if it's Netflix, but there are those things that do blow up out of nowhere. Yeah. And, those didn't get made by accident. Those got picked up for presumably because they're good, or because there was something special about them that people would hopefully latch onto. So, hopefully more games like that. Honestly, to sort of point to streaming services, I would say don't do what HBO Max is doing, where there's a bunch of heavily publicized cancellations and delistings, and basically, here are the things that are no longer on your streaming service. Oh, and by the way, it costs $1 more per month. If Microsoft can do like, hey, we've got bad news, this is going up $1 a month, but here's some stuff coming out of the next few months. That seems like a pretty good way to kind of soften the blow. A spoonful of sugar, if you will. Now let's see. E3's back this year. I don't know if Microsoft's going to show up. I don't know why they would. They bought a theater that's down the street. They can do their own thing over there. However, I think there's been a really wonderful sort of format for the showcases and the directs that we've gotten over the past few years, which has been a really nice balance of that kind of, that big, the pageantry of the reveal of the new trailer, of the big the thing that gets us all excited and hyped up, but also kind of like wonderfully measured informational bits also. And I really, really love the transparency last year of being like, hey, the games we're showing today are all coming out before June 2023, which is that's a pretty big window, but it sets expectations. It gives you an idea of what you're in for, and it's a bunch of those games still haven't come out yet, and things do get delayed. That's a reality, but I think having just keeping people's hopes and dreams kind of reined into a certain amount, and also there's it keeps you guessing about what's next, what's around the corner. So more of that. And
Ryan, do you expect Microsoft to be a big participant in E3 this year?
Yeah, they Phil Spencer has always been very much a public ally of E3, saying, I think it's important for us to be there, important for the industry. I mean, last year when there was no E3, Microsoft still basically just did their E3 press conference, whereas Sony did not. So yeah, I have no reason to think that Microsoft won't show up. And yes, you're right, Max. They've got the Microsoft Theater next door, and those last couple years of E3, we would just walk outside the convention center and go see their games at the Microsoft Theater next door. I'm sure they'll probably still do that, but yeah, we'll get the big press conference, and whether they theme it as okay, here's the next 12 months again, or whether they keep it a little more open-ended or have some sort of different theme remains to be seen. But yeah, I fully expect Microsoft will be one of the loudest champions of the resurrected E3.
Mm-hmm. I hope the pomp of E3 is great and everything, but I also do kind of appreciate the more grounded approach, where instead of being like a car coming out on stage or Keanu Reeves, telling the audience they're breathtaking, it's more like, hey, we're sitting down with the developer, what's new in the game, and they show off the game for 10 minutes or something. And I think that having the virtual event really allowed for breathing room for that. And they do the thing where like, hey, we've got a 2-hour showcase followed by a 3-hour deeper dive showcase or whatever, and it's it's properly informational, and it's again, sizzle is good, steak is also good. I don't know what's in between those two, but sort of keep it in that area, I think. Final thing they need to do, I mentioned this, we've got all these sort of these studios that have been scooped up that are now first party Microsoft IPs, properties, whatever you want to call them. I want to see more kind of brand synergy and cross-pollination of intellectual properties. Like we've had little bits of that here and there. Obviously we had the Pelican in Flight Simulator and the Warthog in Forza. I love that. I think that's wonderful. There's, a Banjo-Kazooie figurehead for your ship in Sea of Thieves. Very cool. Now, more stuff like that from like Bethesda and Activision. Take like, Beloved, and it's the way you can kind of sort of flick the lights a little bit and be like, hey, yeah, this thing's on. We know you love this thing. Maybe we don't have a brand new game to show off, but here's a little tidbit. Like, I don't know, throw some Skyrim armor in Diablo 4. How about this? Announce dragons for Flight Simulator as an April Fool's, and then make it real. Like, I think that is not the most out there thing you could do. It's completely stupid. And there's somebody there who's mad at me who owns like a full Flight Simulator rig, and they're like, dragons aren't real. Video games are sometimes not real also. That's just a fun thing. So, I don't know, more stuff like, you can have the Doom theme as a car horn in Forza. Whoever thought that was a good idea, they were correct. They should get promoted, and they should get put in charge of more silly stuff because, again, like, video games are fun. Let them be fun. Like, take these colorful characters and have them play together and just, remind us that this is all one big sort of Xbox family. And yeah,
The Microsoft Dragon Flight Simulator coming this April Fool's. I'm into it. I like it.
I would play that.
Yeah.
For sure.
Absolutely.
All right, there you have it. That is what Xbox needs to do to have a great 2023. We'll see if they take our advice. In the meantime, let's check the results of our poll from last week when we were talking about PlayStation. We asked our audience, what is the single most important thing Sony needs to do this year? Perhaps unsurprisingly, the winner by a landslide is they need to announce new games, which was Max's number one suggestion. They've got Horizon Call of the Mountain coming up for the PSVR 2 launch. There's the Burning Shores expansion for Horizon Forbidden West coming out this spring. And we expect Spider-Man 2 in this fall. That's really about it for games that we know of that have any sort of a release window. So people are definitely looking to hear about what they can expect to play next on their PS5 console.
Well, Final Fantasy 15 and I guess 7 Rebirth.
Yes,
kicking
not
around
first
there.
party, but yeah, sure, yes, of course.
But
then
16 we're up to, I think, right?
Sorry, 16.
yes. Sorry, it is 16. It's June. Coming in last place was that the notion that Sony needs to have a successful PSVR 2 launch. Our audience was not too worried about that. Max, does that tell us anything about PSVR 2's prospects of increasing the fairly low attach rate of the first PSVR?
We had a long conversation about this on Beyond this week. We actually weren't even planning to have that big of a talk, but it kind of spun out of control. And really, yeah, PSVR, like VR is kind of a hard sell on its own. It was kind of a hard sell when it was a new thing. It's not really a new thing anymore. It's sort of a known quantity. And I think the people who know what the quantity is, maybe it's not enough for them to throw $550 at it for their PlayStation, and just their PlayStation, not a thing you can plug into your PC and do other stuff in your spare time. So I don't know. That's almost a month away. That comes out on the 22nd. Feels kind of radio silent for that. It's a little bit eerie.
Gosh, you're right. I didn't realize it was that close already. My goodness. And I've got a pre-order, and I'm like, oh, it's a month away already?
Yeah, and I mean, there's this big stack of launch titles announced, but there's not really like any roadmap after that. So obviously, that seems like it's targeting a very niche audience, but it's not really going too far to get more people involved. I mean, even the small percentage of people who are paying attention, I feel like they don't have a lot to chew on. So I don't know.
Still waiting on that Half-Life Alyx port.
Put it on there.
Let's go.
We'll be watching the launch of PSVR 2 with great interest. Here's a poll for you to vote on for next week. What does Xbox need to do to have a great 2023? Does it need to stick the landing with Starfield? Does it need to make sure it has something big this fall to go up against Spider-Man 2? Does it need to announce a new big IP, something brand new? Make sure to vote at IGN.com. We'll share the results with you next week. And that will do it for this edition of Next Gen Console Watch. Thank you to both Max and Ryan. Thank you to Jobert and everyone working behind the scenes to make this episode possible. My name is Damon. We'll be back next week, same time, same place, 6 a.m. Pacific, 9 a.m. Eastern, with more PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news. We'll see you then.
Hello, I'm Dennis Reese, executive producer of Minecraft Legends. And today, we'd like to give you an insider's look at how we're building the PvP multiplayer experience for the game. Minecraft Legends is a new action strategy game set in a lush, dynamic world. It introduces epic storytelling, and you can form alliances with new and familiar Minecraft mobs to stop the invading piglins.
Minecraft Legends will let you play the story-driven campaign as an online co-op experience together with your friends. And it will also feature a PvP gameplay mode where 2 teams with up to 4 players each works to destroy the opponent's team space. The game will support cross-platform play and online matchmaking.
In order to create the best possible experience, we've partnered with Blackbird Interactive to develop the game. And it's been wonderful to see their commitment and focus on the Minecraft universe.
It's so much fun to be working with Mojang Studios on Minecraft Legends.
Here at Blackbird Interactive, we have a talented team of developers who are using our background in strategy games to bring a new and exciting experience to the Minecraft universe.
We're super excited to share more details about PvP gameplay.
There are some really cool features that make PvP unique.
First off, players share their army and resources with their team. This means that individual players aren't able to win on their own. They must cooperate to be successful.
Communication is really important, and you can sort of really tell the teams that gel together because they naturally form roles at the beginning of the game, and as soon as we start, you're off collecting, I start building. We have our favorite roles, but we change them up.
Also, the world in PvP is procedurally generated, just like it is in campaign. This means that each PvP session is different than the last.
That it's different every time you play, depending on how the map is generated, where the valleys are, the mountains are, where the secrets are, where the towers are.
In Minecraft Legends, the piglins are an ever-present threat, and this includes PvP.
The piglins are on their own side. They're trying to kill both of you at the same time.
So the opposing team is not the only thing you need to worry about.
Beware of the piglins.
In PvP, there's something for everyone. For players who like action, they can go attack the piglins or lay siege to the enemy base. For players who enjoy exploration, they can search the world to find resources for their team, hidden treasure chests, or scout the enemy base.
Gathering resources to help the team out, that's super important. But whenever I get into a PvP match, the first thing I try to do is to track down the Regal Tiger. It's my favorite mob to ride because it's really fast, but it's also really cute.
For players who like building, you can spend your time building defenses and upgrading your base, because soon enough your enemy will attack, and you need to be ready.
So the first thing I do when we start is everyone runs off. I open the map, see where the enemy base is. First thing I build is what we call an upgrade tower, where it allows you to build upgrades. So I place that at the back, away from the enemy. So I really pride myself in making, impenetrable bases.
Since the goal of PvP is to destroy the opposing team's base, defending your own base is really important. You have to start with a lot of walls, a lot of towers, and some gates. After that, you can just add whatever you want, freestyle it a bit. I like to add different layers of walls, so my opponents have to find their way through to my base, almost like a maze.
And then once those walls are up, I like to actually hide my ice traps behind them to catch enemies off guard.
When it comes time to finally take out the other team, my favorite strategy is to make a forward camp just outside the enemy base. Then I get the biggest, strongest mobs I can as fast as I can and start sending them in. Then I can smash down the walls, take out their mobs, and claim victory.
The real fun of PvP is creating a strategy, having a game plan, deciding how you think you're going to crush the enemy, and then all of a sudden the hosts tell you,
the opposing team just built a redstone launcher.
And you're like, I can't do my attack now. I've got to build an anti-siege tower, which is an anti-air tower, to stop the redstone launchers. You just have to be constantly changing your tactics. And sometimes you're like, I have no idea what they're doing. And then you certainly find out very quickly.
Resources, or do you want to go? I don't know. A while back, we had somebody on our dev team use a strategy where they built a bunch of what are called plank golems, which are archers. So they're very weak, but they do a high amount of damage. And he had 40 of them, and he just ran through our base, ran around our tower, and took out our entire tower with such a simple strategy.
And that's why we still love playing it every day, because every game is different and you never know what's going to happen.
I'm Chris Sasaki, and welcome to Turn 10 Studios. The team is hard at work bringing you the next generation of Forza Motorsport, built from the ground up to take advantage of the Xbox Series consoles. This is the most technically advanced racing game ever made. Today, I'm joined by some of our amazing team members to show you how we are making it look real, sound real, and feel real. This is Forza Motorsport.
At launch, Forza Motorsport features over 500 cars for you to collect, race, and customize with more than 800 unique upgrades. This includes over 100 new to motorsport cars, the most modern race cars we've ever featured on our roster. Racing is violent. It's a battle on the racetrack. The advancements in our physics model are greater than Forza Motorsport 5, 6, and 7 combined. This makes our driving experience more fun and rewarding in the way the car accelerates, corners, and brakes. Our materials and shaders are built from the ground up at higher resolutions and optimized for a cutting-edge ray tracing experience. Our paints are sourced using a spectrophotometer to capture multiple data points of light behavior on a surface. This yields a paint model that has a much more realistic light response across color, metal flake, and gloss. Damage and dirt buildup is unique to each car. It's now contextually aware and more localized. We simulate paint thickness, chipping, and directionality. Dirt accumulation is more realistic, gathering more in the low-pressure areas like recesses and alcoves. These innovations tell the story of the work you put into a race and reflects the marks and battle scars of motorsport.
This is our best-sounding Forza Motorsport ever, and the first to be mixed natively for immersive audio formats like Windows Sonic and Dolby Atmos. To create an immersive soundscape, each audio system has been rebuilt from the ground up to deliver a new level of sonic depth and authenticity for our players. Modifying car parts like your exhaust and turbo change the car sounds in Forza Motorsport, just like it would in the real world. Every car now has a variety of sound possibilities based on the parts you've installed. Hardware-accelerated convolution reverb accurately reproduces how sounds in Forza interact within an acoustic space, dynamically adapting to its surroundings and creating a realistic and detailed soundscape. New features like our regional track announcer system and improved tire and suspension audio bring a new level of realism to the game. Hear Forza Motorsport like never before. Every tire squeal, every engine, lap after lap.
Forza Motorsport launches with 20 environments, built from the ground up for this generation. You'll get to race on iconic fan favorites, as well as 5 all-new to motorsport locations, including our first in South Africa, Kyalami. We capture our environments to an incredible level of detail. When we reference a track, our team comes back with over 3 terabytes of highly detailed photogrammetry and laser scan data. Through the power of the Xbox Series consoles, we're able to use this data to draw up to 10 times more detail than previous generations. You'll see lush trees, dense grass and overgrowth vegetation, animated track life, physically based lighting and volumetric fog effects, and a fully procedural cloud system that evolves organically. Tracks look alive, sound alive, and feel alive with cutting-edge visuals and crowds consisting of tens of thousands of fully animated 3D spectators, so you're always immersed in the pure spectacle of racing. For the first time in Forza Motorsport, fully dynamic time of day with weather ensures a constantly evolving racing experience where no two laps ever look the same. Meanwhile, dynamic track temperatures, wet driving surfaces, and rubbering in ensure that no two laps ever play the same. I love the detail our talented team of artists have built into Kailami. Fast forward to night, and the vista is truly breathtaking. You can see the distant light glows of the city, a beautiful visual touch. Even the Kailami logo itself creates visual impact every time you see it, thanks to ray-traced global illumination, which simulates how hundreds of thousands of light rays accumulate color as they bounce between surfaces. We're rendering all our environments in 4K at 60 FPS with real-time ray tracing on track to create true-to-life reflections on all smooth mirror and flat glass surfaces. With the incredible detail and rendering features of our track environments, Forza Motorsport is truly a generational leap ahead with unmatched visual fidelity and authenticity.
Forza Motorsport is back, and it's our most comprehensive game ever, with over 500 cars and 20 environments, with more new race cars than ever before. You can experience all of this in our incredible new online racing mode and in our all-new car-building focused single-player career. We cannot wait for you to get your hands on this incredible game.
That's me. And you're probably wondering how I ended up here. Well, it's pretty standard. Check this out. Music player in my chest. It's powering up my new robot arm. Whoa. It's making everything sync up with the beat. Let's rock. This is awesome.
What in the hell am I looking at?
The name's Chai, not Defect.
Is this the guy?
We'll take down this company, one boss at a time. Just so you know, they're insane. Profession, rock star.
Future rock star.
I'm Shinji Mikami, studio head at Tang Gameworks. Thank you for all your support over the years.
And I'm John Johannes, director on Hi-Fi Rush.
Chill out! It'll be fine! Power forward!
まあね、このゲームを僕が作ってたら、もう全然違うゲームになったと思う。だけどこういうゲームがね、生まれて本当に良かったね。
So everyone thinks of us as putting out horror games like The Evil Within or spooky games like Ghostwire Tokyo, but this is clearly something totally different.
And if this game hasn't already leaked, fingers crossed, we hope it's a pleasant surprise.
Let's have some fun.
僕はね、本当に新しいものができて、未だにワクワクしてるよ。
お、でもチームもみんなそう思ってますよ。So we've been waiting for this for a long time. So let's jump in and explain exactly what Hi-Fi Rush is. Hi-Fi Rush is a rhythm action game, so it's a bit of a twist on your traditional action game. Here, your moves and attacks help create a living soundtrack. That means all your flashy moves, stylish and devastating combos add a layer to the music. The more you flow with the beat, the better you can connect your attacks and abilities. You are in total control during combat, but everything you do syncs up like an awesome music video. That's Hi-Fi Rush. You play as Chai, a wannabe rock star and victim of a weird corporate experiment that lets him sense the rhythm of the entire world pulsing to the game's soundtrack. As you can see, the beat moves the world around you, and it's the key to combat.
You looking for me?
Your attacks will automatically sync to land on the beat, making Hi-Fi Rush a super easy game to start playing. However, attacking on the beat leads to combos that end with a musical countdown we call a beat hit. Think a big cymbal crash at the end of a drum solo, like this. Landing beat hits unleash a combo finish that adds unique musical flair and high damage attacks.
And the crowd goes wild.
Chai! Chai! Chai!
Oh, anyone see the guy that did this?
How about we see it all in action?
Bring it on.
You're never restrained by the music. You can jump, dodge, parry, and attack whenever you want, using whatever attacks you want. It's not about mashing buttons. The key here is feeling the beat. Your progress isn't blocked by missing the beat, but you get rewarded musically and mechanically for staying in rhythm. When we say everything moves to the beat, we mean it. Enemy attacks, cutscenes, dangerous obstacles, you name it. It all syncs to the music, creating an ongoing jam session of a game. To help out is 808, your robot cat companion who literally hovers over your shoulder and helps you find that rhythm. But we also have visual guides to help you even more. We want you to be able to enjoy Hi-Fi Rush, whether you're a rhythm pro or not.
I look so cool doing this.
Chai also gets by with a little help from his friends. Literally.
Get up, slacker. We've got work to do.
Chai will team up with unlikely allies who expand his repertoire of moves both in and out of combat. There's Peppermint breaking barriers and juggling enemies, along with Macaron smashing enemy armor and knocking back enemies. Tag teaming with Chai's partners and attacks opens up huge possibilities for dynamic combos and over-the-top action.
That's not bad.
The extra help is handy, because when you're not fighting, you're going to be running around and wreaking havoc all over Vandelay's corporate headquarters, where everything is trying to take you down. You and your partners have a singular goal in mind: taking down the bosses of Vandelay Technologies. Besides wanting to erase Chai for being a defect, it seems they've got something a little bit more sinister on their corporate agenda. You'll fight through each department to take them all on, each level with their own musical spin on the rock genre. And then we have a showdown.
So Let's get ready to crumble.
Boss battles are climactic set pieces, varying from straight-up fights and musical minigames to chase sequences. Custom choreographed to licensed music from amazing artists. Hi-Fi Rush is like nothing we've made at Tango before. And we think it's like nothing you've ever played before either. It's a high-energy, feel-good rhythm action experience that's amazingly satisfying to play.
Whew. Pretty rock star move, Chai.
もしね、ハイファイラッシュでお客さんから怖いって言われたら、俺もう死んじゃうかも。まあ他にもびっくりさせることあると思うんだけど、例えば猫とか撫でれたりするの。
いや、それは当たり前でしょうね。いや、でももう一つのサプライズはありますよ。
まあこれはジョンのゲームだから、ジョンからどうぞ。
So, not only were we super psyched for you to play this, we're happy to tell you that you can play Hi-Fi Rush tonight. Not a demo, the full game. Seriously. It launches on Xbox and PC a few hours after the show, and yes, it'll be on Game Pass as well.
We hope you enjoy playing it. 合ってた?
Yeah,
合ってた.
It was good. Super psyched.
You looking for me?
Get him!
Mind if I join?
Does that mean I have to fight?
I believe it does, sir.
How about... This is entertaining. You're going out with the trash.
Here's your Project Armstrong pass. And welcome to Vandalay Campus.
Yes!
Welcome to Hunt Valley, Maryland, and the headquarters of ZeniMax Online Studios. You just saw a cinematic teaser for the Elder Scrolls Online's next chapter. I'm pleased to reveal ESO Necrom, which will launch in June and is shaping up to be one of the best updates to the game ever. If you watched the teaser closely, you saw that Necrom will include one of the most requested features in ESO, a new playable class called the Arcanist. It's only our third new class since launch, and we know you're going to love it. The Arcanist wields magic influenced by forbidden knowledge and has unique abilities never before seen in this world. Of course, the experience of exploring a new area of Tamriel is the heart of every ESO chapter. Necrom will unfold in Eastern Morrowind, not seen in an Elder Scrolls game since 1994, where you will meet new characters and enemies, reunite with some old friends, and explore a story based around the return of a well-known Daedric prince you just might remember from the Dragonborn Skyrim DLC. For those of you new to ESO, we release a new expansion called a chapter every year. Chapters are essentially standalone games in ESO that let you adventure in a new region of Tamriel. But you don't have to wait for the Necrom chapter to jump in. We've got so many amazing experiences you can enjoy right now. If you love games like Skyrim and Oblivion, you'll feel right at home amongst the thousands of stories unfolding across every region in ESO. And as anyone who's played a classic Elder Scrolls game knows, it's all about those feelings when you're fully immersed in the world. Remember that feeling when you first encountered a dragon? We've got an entire province that's overrun by dragons. Or questioned if you were capable of taking down a frost troll in Skyrim? Try it for yourself in ESO. What about the moment you visited a city in Morrowind that was built inside the shell of a giant crab? For the Oblivion fans out there, how about another chance at taking on the colossal Daedric Prince, Mehrunes Dagon? Just like any single-player Elder Scrolls game, you can have a blast simply by following the main quest line. Or seek out lore and learn more about the world. Become a craftsman. Go fishing. Decorate and furnish your home. Customize your character. Play it like an action RPG. And when you're ready, you can easily engage in one of the best open-world PvP systems. Run dungeons co-op with your friends for great loot. Or just join a guild to chat with others. The possibilities in this virtual world are endless. New players will immediately feel right at home because our community is one of the most, if not the most, welcoming on the planet. We invite everyone who has not yet experienced ESO to give it a try and create your own stories in our shared world. There's no required subscription and thousands of hours of content to dig into, solo or with friends. Explore nearly every corner of Tamriel with no level restrictions. It's magical being able to travel almost anywhere you please from the moment you enter the world. ESO is available on PC and Mac in addition to previous and current-gen consoles, including a purpose-built next-gen version for the Xbox Series X and S with high-fidelity graphics and enhanced performance modes. An added bonus for Xbox players, it's on Game Pass. And starting today, for a limited time, we're making all past chapters available to explore for any player, so everyone can test drive all of our adventures, including our take on Skyrim, Morrowind, Oblivion, and much, much more. At ZOS, we have so many passionate and talented developers who continue to add to Elder Scrolls lore by producing handcrafted, epic adventures, and I'm immensely proud to be a part of it. Believe me, we have tons more to share, and I can't wait for the team to show it all to you. Join us after this show for the 2023 ESO Global Reveal, where we'll go deep into all things Necrom. Thanks, see you in Tamriel.
Something evil is swallowing up this place bit by bit. Nobody ever believes things can get this bad until it happens. Then, it's too late. But there are people who can fight back.
Stick together!
Eyes up!
Welcome to Redfall, Massachusetts, where the calm seas and sunny skies have been eclipsed by a legion of vampires. Redfall is a story-driven shooter at its heart, which can be played single-player or co-op with up to 4 players. Choose your hero, each with their own unique abilities, and form the perfect vampire-slaying squad to take back Redfall's haunted streets.
At Arcane, we make games where the world itself is as important as the characters. With Redfall, we take an exciting step forward, building a lovingly detailed open world to deliver our largest setting ever. Every inch of our open world is carefully handcrafted and packed with environmental storytelling. Explore the streets of a quaint island town, from the once bustling downtown to the haunted forest, to the decimated seaside boardwalk and gorgeously detailed landmarks. But it's not all danger all the time. There are safe places on the island where you can rest up, chat with survivors, and resupply. Here we're at the fire station, one of your home bases. This is one place you'll receive missions from survivors.
There's something I need you to do. The old lighthouse in the bay. It's been used for over a century to keep boats away from the coastline. If we turn it back on, it's a warning to anyone trying to come to Redfall right now. Easy, right? Well, the lighthouse keeper's a real asshole. Joined up with those cultists and took the damn lamp with him.
Go on, Bird.
Here's a vampire known as the Shroud. Shrouds blanket the area in darkness, disorienting their prey. They hurl lethal projectiles and can even shift through the floor to avoid damage.
Bugging out.
The lighthouse is back up, but there's more waiting for you. Taking down vampires angers the vampire gods, who will summon the Rook to take you down.
Let's transition to what you'll find outside of the main story missions. There's so much waiting for you. Redfall is filled with encounters that can pop up anywhere, like this brewery that's fallen under cultist control. Save the locals from being offered to the vampires. Like our past games, you can approach a mission in many different ways. Always be ready to improvise. Remy uses her combat robot Bribon to help distract and eliminate the cultists.
We got him, Bribon.
Everyone's safe. Let's move on. Exploring Redfall will take you beyond the bounds of reality as you investigate otherworldly psychic spaces to unravel the vampire's secrets. Take this vampire nest. These deadly layers change each time you step inside. Jacob sends out his raven to tag the enemies below. Dev follows up with his teleporter, instantly closing the gap. To destroy a nest, you have to take out its heart, and all of the vampires willing to die to protect it.
Horrible way to die.
Stirring the life.
I woke them up! Just one bite. What just happened?
Now escape the nest before it comes crashing down.
It'll collapse any second.
Nests aren't the only psychic spaces. You'll find dangerous pockets all over the island. It's all vampire turf, so tread carefully.
Gotcha! Redfall won't truly be safe until the vampires are wiped from the map. Outside the main story, another one of your missions is to take back Redfall neighborhood by neighborhood. Find safe houses hidden all over the island, and then work your way up to the vampire controlling the neighborhood. To reclaim this neighborhood, you'll have to defeat a powerful vampire called the Siphon. Whether you dive in solo or with friends, each hero can take on any situation. Each brings powerful, unique abilities to the fight, and the upgrades you choose change how they play. Here, Layla's lift ability can be upgraded to launch teammates for airborne attacks. Upgrade Layla's umbrella ability with bullet hail to absorb enemy bullets and release the energy back at them. There are many ways to customize your hero's ability tree to match your playstyle.
99. Let's get some light on the subject.
Let's hit on the arsenal. There's a wide range of weaponry, from military gear to new vampire-slaying inventions, from shotguns to sniper rifles.
Well, well.
And of course, there's also vampire stakes. Find these in the world to customize your weapons. When you reclaim significant sections of Redfall, the last step is to face the underboss who controls, or used to control, that neighborhood. Underbosses are powerful elites of the vampire gods, with their own unique abilities, like this one's shield. When you prove yourself against the underboss, you'll receive a key of sorts. A skull that gets you one step closer to facing the ultimate threat, the vampire gods.
Thank you for visiting Redfall.
And thank you for all the support you've shown Arcane throughout the years.
We sometimes joke that our games can be tough to define. The one thing that's consistent?
We make the kinds of games we love to play.
And that's how Redfall was born. We blended everything we love here at Arcane Austin.
Immersive open worlds, unique and customizable heroes, RPG and FPS gameplay.
And of course, our signature storytelling and rich world building.
Along with our spin on one of the most classic monsters of all time.
Vampires.
It's been amazing to see how all of us have pulled together to deliver our vision for something new.
Redfall is the biggest, most ambitious game we have ever made.
Our teams dove head first into this new opportunity, and we can't wait for you to experience Redfall for yourself.
Thankfully, you won't have to wait too much longer. Redfall's coming on May 2nd.
Thank you again for joining us.
And we'll see you soon in Redfall.
Here we go.
There we go. 3, 2, 1.
Hello. It's so much fun to be working with Mojang Studios on Minecraft Legends.
This is our best sounding Forza Motorsport ever.
Yeah, that was alright.
Thanks, and see you in Tamriel.
All right, let's do this.
What's happening, friends? Welcome to this live edition of Podcast Unlocked, episode 579. We are recording to you, coming to you live, recording right after the Xbox Developer Direct, which has just concluded as we record this. I'm Ryan McCaffrey, joined as always by Miranda Sanchez, Stella Chung, and Destin Legary. Hello, my friends, and let's just get right to it. What were your overall thoughts? I want to hear about just the games, the format. Let's just start. Quick reactions. Miranda, you're up.
Redfall! Vampires! I'm so excited. I know, obviously, it's something we've known a bit more about, but actually getting to see the characters on the ground, using their abilities in conjunction, and taking on enemies is exactly what I wanted. And we got a nice surprise out of it, too, with Tango announcing a game that's out today. And it's been a while since we've had one of those, so
yes,
a good time.
Yeah, we will get to that in due course here. Stella, your quick thoughts.
I love this presentation. I thought it was great. I really like the documentary style of presentation they did. Obviously, we're going to go into like every single thing that they showed, so I won't go into that yet. But yeah, very happy. Them hot dropping a game was really cool. We haven't seen them since Apex dropped like 3-4 years ago. So very cool that they're taking that approach.
Destin, you're a producer at IGN.
Yeah.
You have an eye for putting these kinds of things together, and you think about it in a unique way. What were your thoughts on the Developer Direct?
Yeah, at first I was a little concerned because there was a lot of people talking on camera, but they kind of got into a really good flow. And by the end of the presentation, I'm like, I get it. This is their like presenting of the games. I think the Redfall one was my favorite because it was our first really deep dive. We got to see like loot in the game for the first time and how that whole system works, how the characters are different. There was a lot to dive into just with Redfall, but I really like this, and we're going to get other events like the ESO Global reveal that's happening directly afterwards, where they'll do more of those deep dives of probably just how gameplay works and what to expect from those expansions. So big thumbs up for the showcase.
Yeah, same from me. I'm so glad that they have finally embraced this format that, let's be honest, Nintendo pioneered it and Sony stole it for State of Play, and they stole it because it works. And now Microsoft has taken it and just put their own little unique spin on it as well. And yeah, I thought it worked really well. There was no real fluff. It was just all it was all meat and no vegetables. And I know vegetables can be healthy, but in this case, Xbox gamers are hungry. And we did get some release dates. Not quite everything though. I would say for me that was my one and only disappointment from this. It's hard to complain when you get a brand new Tango Gameworks game that drops today. Mm-hmm. But yeah, no Forza Motorsport release date was really the only thing that kind of bummed me out a little bit, because the rest of it was all excellent. But I do want to start with the game that Microsoft ended with there, arguably the highlight of the show and probably what everybody going into it was most looking forward to. And Miranda Sanchez can hardly even keep still. Game she's looking forward to a lot, Redfall. So Miranda, now we've seen a bit more of Redfall. We've heard from Harvey Smith and the development team a little bit. Where are you at with this game? As by the way, we have our date for this May 2nd. So that is not too far away. That's just over 3 months out.
It's funny because we've actually heard a lot about Redfall up until this point. We've gotten a lot of like finite details and just very small things here and there. So there have been a lot of interviews with Harvey. I did one with him last year in June, I guess. And we got really deep into like how the loot works, how, choosing your character works. For instance, if you guys didn't see it, once you pick a character for campaign, you're stuck with them. You do not get to change between the characters. You stay with one character until you start a new game if you want to do that, like with co-op or something. So you can have simultaneous runs going. But what I really liked about this is we got a better vibe for what those characters are like. I like how they were so dynamic and shifting between different situations and encounters. Like you see what we're watching right now. The actual focus of the flashlight is so intense, and I feel like it's a little bit different from the last ones, like because you get those closer corridors in this house, and you get that kind of like almost spooky sense of like, oh, there's something behind me. But then you come in here where you're all powerful, you're walking right up into a vampire invisible, walking right just past them is totally fine. And so I like that they're able to show these different environments and also different kinds of vampires we'll be facing. So there's different levels of like just, of course, the grunts, but then there's different kinds of bosses depending on the activities you're doing. And then, of course, they show later on too, like the skulls we have to collect from these neighborhood bosses that are protecting these big regions, and then we get to go fight a god. So that's a pretty cool thing. And honestly, I love that deep dive, again, as Destin was saying too, in the actual combat and letting us see how these things play out and how we will interact with them when we actually get to jump into the game.
Destin, you were pointing out something towards the end there that reminds you of one of your other favorite games.
Yeah, there were a few characters that reminded me a lot of Destiny, like the vampire who had a rotating shield reminded me of I believe they're Hydras in Destiny 2. And when they showed the final boss at the end of the level, that made me think of like strikes in Destiny. So I think this is going to be very similar to those looter shooters that we all love, like Borderlands, like Destiny. I know they've said during those interviews that it's going to be more like Far Cry, but I'm seeing way more vibes that lend toward the looter shooters genre, and I'm all for it. I actually really like seeing the skill points being given out and allow you to unlock like the progression of your character. I like seeing all the different classes, and to Miranda's point, how you can only play through as one. That also reminds me of Destiny, because like you pick your class, you play through the game as that, and then you can go to a different save file and play as that other character again if you just want to see what they play like. Really, really excited about Redfall. This did a lot to sell the game even further for me, and I can't wait to play May 2nd when it finally hits.
Stella, you are IGN's foremost competitive first-person shooter expert, so your opinion matters very much on this game. I mean,
thank you.
It does. I mean, because it's not a competitive game, but there are clearly some unique elements to it. What stood out to you in Redfall?
So it's weird. I'm really glad that we got more looks into Redfall, but I'm still not seeing that different sort of gameplay. Even like, I know Dustin's saying that he sees more of like Destiny in this. I still just see this like Back for Blood system, and I think it's just because of the way that they chose to walk around in this gameplay trailer, and it's cool, but I understand that they are taking it a little bit slower just to make sure the audience can like really see everything. They're more focusing on the abilities, but to me, I'm really focused because this is an FPS game. I'm very curious to see how the movement is going to work in this, especially since in Back for Blood, Left 4 Dead, usually you can't really sprint because that takes up your stamina, so there's something that you have to build up with that. And here I can't get a good read on what it's going to look like, and if it's going to be fast paced, you definitely want to have good movement. And I know that in Back for Blood, they did kind of modernize that system, but still, it was very much like the Left 4 Dead system. So for this, I haven't been able to get a good read on how the movement is going to work, which is going to be huge. Also, I really wish we had seen more unique weapons like this one, this stake, like big minigun. That is so cool. And yet in the trailer, we see a lot of like assault rifles, we see shotguns and pistols. And I'm like, I want to see some unique weapons that you like that stake gun that like specifically are to kill vampires. So for me, my excitement is kind of the same. Like, I'm still very excited, but I'm still very like hesitant about being like all in on it, just because I feel like we are still getting very limited pieces of how this FPS game is going to work. But that's just like me being picky.
The freeze gun's not doing it for you, huh, Stella?
No.
Yeah.
I thought that was cool.
I see what you mean as far as like we don't have a cut of straight like 10-minute gameplay, like or like 5 minutes. Like it's always jumping between something to show those featurettes. And I think that's still strong, but as you can even see, like we're looking at it, it's a lot of like pans, slow zooms. It's not people just like jumping in and playing the game. And I think that is definitely something we sort of missed on this generally, except I think Minecraft actually did it best in kind of walking us through how something went, but we are still missing that like kind of long reel of like, okay, how does this play? What are the overlays like? Obviously, right here, you can't even see like the skills or anything. They've probably cropped them out or like turned them off. But yeah, I see what you're saying though.
Yeah, like I'm still really excited and I think it's going to be pretty solid, but for me, I'm very curious about like, I mean, I love being able to like just run around and shoot things. So for me, it's like, this is very deliberate gameplay that we're seeing. So I'm like, okay, I don't really know how this is going to play. And that's fine. I mean, there's like some mystery being left open for the game's actual reveal because, you know, May is very close. But still, I'm just like, man, I'm curious to see how like organic gameplay is going to look. So
I guess one quick thing too is I'm very curious about the ADS, which is very weird. Aiming down sights. So this is something I'm specifically talking about with Stella because I'm like, Stella, did you notice how it's still the same thing where they kind of put it up and there's kind of like a little bit of a scope, but it's like, man, that is a big ass scope you have on that weapon. Like, are we really looking through it or are we just like a little peek?
Yeah, like this right here specifically is so bad. I'm like, I am never going to use ADS if it looks like that. So it's like, is it kind of indirectly forcing you to just hip fire?
Yeah, that's my thing. It's like I really cannot wait to go hands-on with this someday, probably May 2nd, I guess. But you know, it's like I just want to know what is that like and why is it not fully in there?
Yeah.
Why are you
the HUD's turned off in all this footage, as you can tell here.
It is, but like you also don't get that. So usually with FPS games, when you do ADS, the rest of your screen does kind of zoom in as well. We don't see any of that. Now in some games you can turn that off, like in Call of Duty, you can actually turn that off as well. Some people prefer it, which is, I personally don't like that. But the fact that we don't get any zoom in and the scope doesn't seem to help out in this footage at all is kind of weird. So
well, like there was the sniper
there's one
segment.
Instance.
Yeah.
Well, there's that sniper segment, but that's when he was
sniper-
using an ability. It seemed like
Yeah.
it was like that blue, floofy, ethereal moment.
Like the sniper scope makes sense. There are some games that are very specific to like, oh, the sniper you can definitely scope in. I mean, even with I keep going back to Back 4 Blood, but Back 4 Blood did that. Like with all the other scopes, you couldn't really do anything unless you were a specific person, or like a specific class, and then you could ADS on sniper scopes. But in here, it seems to be the kind of same thing.
It's
Like the sights don't really seem to be helping out a lot.
It's like you're holding a weapon, and instead of like pulling it up to your face to actually look down the scope, you're kind of just holding it up, rather than like pulling it up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, that's just my nitpick from this still, I guess.
No, it's all good. These are important details that we will come to learn in due time. Yeah, this for me, the thing that jumped out for me was when Harvey said it is single player. It is a story-driven experience, which, you know, it's what's interesting to me with this game is it seems pretty different. Like you can see the Arcane DNA in it. There's no question about that. But it looks, to me, this has a very, very different, certainly look, but even from what I can gather just from watching it, a different feel compared to Prey, compared to Dishonored, compared to Deathloop. Like it is definitely more of a core shooter, I think would be the way I would phrase it. And the town seems so interesting as a place that if the story, I just hope the story can match up to the unique setting and as well as this interesting variety of weapons. I really liked the customizable stakes that you could attach at the end of your gun. That's a nice touch. It'll be fun to find those
I want to see
around the world.
I want to see more of the weird stuff, like the weapons that are. We saw a bone gun at one point, and I'm like, okay, that's kind of interesting. Where do you get that? How do you unlock that weapon?
Like I want to see the cool, unique stuff to this world that people had to make to survive. So, because that's like the biggest pull of this, right? For so long we've been dealing with zombies, but now it's vampires, and that's totally different.
We've got May 2nd for this, as we said earlier. And Miranda, thank goodness for you on that, because as we've been talking about on Podcast Unlocked and really all the IGN shows, starting in late May with The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, and then on up through June with Diablo 4 and Street Fighter 6 and Final Fantasy 16, there is an absolutely insane stretch at the end of what is technically the spring and kind of into the beginning of the summer. But Redfall's, going to be kind of the first big game of May, and it'll give people a chance to just jump on Game Pass and try this thing out.
I've got 10 days to play Redfall.
You'll do it. I I'm looking forward to playing some co-op with all of you in this game.
Yeah, we
here.
should do that.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
4-player co-op. It's going to happen. The Unlocked crew getting together for this one. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We will come back. The next thing on the agenda, we got to talk Forza, but first, after the break, I want to talk about the surprise from Tango Gameworks, Hi-Fi Rush, out today. So we'll talk about that right after this.
Tune into IGN1 on your smart TVs for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle.
Cinefix on IGN1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Welcome to Should I Play This? This is what to watch here on IGN1.
Find it all in one place for free on IGN1.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
IGN Playlist is all of your games in one place. You can build your library and discover new games. Create and follow playlists from friends. Access guides for what you're playing. And rate and rank the games you love to share with the world. Available free with your IGN account. It's for players, no matter where you play.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, memes, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Welcome back. Podcast Unlocked recording live here, episode 579, immediately after Microsoft's first ever Developer Direct, which I think it's safe to say we all had high praise for. We'll give an overall grade for this at the end of this broadcast. But for now, let's talk about a brand new video game. So that's out today. So as soon as whenever they post it, they haven't put it up yet. Otherwise, we'd probably just have to stop doing this show and just go play this game. That game is Hi-Fi Rush from Tango Gameworks. And by the way, this is only one of 2 Tango Gameworks games that we are expecting this quarter on Xbox Game Pass, because Ghostwire Tokyo, which was a timed PlayStation 5 exclusive as part of a deal that Sony made with Bethesda prior to Microsoft's acquisition of Bethesda, that should be hitting Game Pass, hitting Xbox in March. So jumping the gun from that is this brand new game, Hi-Fi Rush, and it is a rhythm-based action game. It's total, cartoon graphics, just leaning hard into that. A soundtrack featuring everybody from Nine Inch Nails to quite the eclectic mix of artists. Destin, I'm going to go your way first because, you were chirping away as this trailer was playing. You had quite the reaction. I think this looks great. I can't wait to play it.
Yeah, I really loved Metal Hellsinger earlier or back in 2022. So when I saw this, I was really interested in seeing how that style of gameplay is going to translate to what looks like a fighter platformer. I'm really excited to try it out more tonight, obviously. And what a great little surprise from Tango Gameworks. It's like way out of their wheelhouse. It's sort of a little experiment, and we've been seeing more of this from Xbox with games like Pentiment, where the developers are empowered to create like a smaller one-off and just see how it resonates with people. And that game was really, really popular with the people who actually played through it. So I'm excited to try Hi-Fi Rush because, like I said, I like Metal Hellsinger. This is hitting all the right notes, and I can't wait to play.
God.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you, Destin. Thank you for that. couldn't help yourself. Couldn't resist. Stella Chung, your thoughts on Hi-Fi Rush?
So immediately when they when the main character jumped up and it showed the world, I was like, oh my god, this is like Sunset Overdrive and Jet Set Radio had a baby. This is great. And then they showed like the little button prompts where you could do like your massive combo for like your ultimate attack. And I'm just like, oh, it's like Guitar Hero 2. Okay, cool. Yeah, this is sick. This is nice. This this style is generally not my usual type of game style, but I love anything to do with music. I'm really bad at rhythm games, but like as soon as I saw them describe, which is why I love developer showcases, they were talking about like, yeah, like the background music, your main character always listens to it. And it's like he's tapping his foot to the beat. And as someone who grew up, you know, having to play like multiple instruments, I'm just like, oh my God, this is awesome. This is like feeding into that like childhood memory of like learning music, learning how to enjoy it. And like, I'm like, oh my God, you can like kind of make your own music beats here because the bass beat and the bass rhythm is whatever background music is going on at the time, but obviously you can do combinations, you can make different chain music beats here, which is really cool. And also there's a cute cat named 808. Like I'm sold.
Yeah, a little Ninja Gaiden here, maybe, if we're lucky. A little Guitar Hero, as you noted, a little Sunset Overdrive. This could be really up my alley. Miranda, you too seemed relatively enamored with this game. Your thoughts?
I like the design of the world. The protagonist character is a tad boring. I wish they could have made him a little bit more.
It's kind of vanilla, right?
Yeah, like give him a cool hair color. I don't know. Everyone else looks a little bit more interesting than him. I guess is my first thing. I was like, oh, I mean, don't you get like punk rock or just basic rock? Like, where are you going for? I think a little bit more style would have been cool for him. But that aside, I guess these sorts of rhythm action games aren't really my jam. Just my own personal taste. I feel like they can be a little cheesy, but from the design part, I do like how they are building this world to really work so well with that and do a lot of visual cues to make sure that folks playing this have a good understanding of how this beat constantly moves and to enable them to get those really big high score moments. I know they said too that you're not restrained by music. You don't have to play to the beat, but you are rewarded exponentially by doing so. So by hitting with the rhythm, being in time, environments and everything else is like really in sync to that. Like even on this clip here, you can see like the wall is like bouncing to the rhythm. So everything here is like designed to help you keep time. And some people really need help with that. You're ever at a big place, people are trying to clap together and you're like, oh no, because everyone's really bad at it. This game really wants you to succeed, and I like how that is designed. And I think that's what I'm most interested. I'll probably play it just because I haven't really given the rhythm action games much of a chance. But I think my big concern is the music, because if the music isn't to your taste, then I don't think this game will work, because so much of it is about the music. Even if you like the action, I would say it's hard to get by without liking what they're providing for the soundtrack. So
yeah, we were joking amongst ourselves during the stream that what if the Nine Inch Nails song is Hurt?
Yeah, what's the pacing going to be like for that?
Like, wait a second, what am I supposed to be doing right now? But
Right.
By the way, if we're gonna not let Destin off the hook for his dumb pun, Miranda, you have to be called out as well for saying that rhythm action games are not your jam. So don't think that you can get away with that just right in the midst.
I just appreciate it.
Talking about like the jams and jellies, of the world.
Sure. All right. No, it's fine. Here's the thing about this game. Number one, it looks super intriguing. I love that it's like a full-on cartoon. I love that. Tango's they've done The Evil Within. They did 2 of those. You heard I loved Mikami-san sort of joking like this isn't very scary. And they've done Ghostwire Tokyo, and this is just this has visually speaking nothing to do with either of those games, and those games were cool, but I love that this is going full cartoon. I'm way into that. And I just want to, I wrote a column blasting Xbox pretty hard for not showing up at the Game Awards last month. And, with hindsight, you can always go back, because, part of me goes, well, why didn't they reveal this game at the Game Awards and say it's coming next month? But I want to not dwell on the negative and dwell on the positive here, which is that we badly needed release dates for first-party games, first-party exclusives for Xbox. 2022 was a miserable year in terms of those big blockbuster first-party exclusives. And here we go. We expected the Redfall release date. We got it. We expected the Minecraft Legends release date. We got it, April 18th. We expected the Forza Motorsport. At least I expected the Forza Motorsport release date as part of this. Did not get that, which we'll talk about in a little bit. But here it is. We're still in January, and we not only got another bonus release date, we got a game, a first-party game. So I want to give Microsoft the credit where credit is due on that later today, after we're done with this broadcast, whenever they put it up on Game Pass, we'll be playing a brand new first-party exclusive Xbox game. And that is something that we've just been waiting for a long time, and and I'm so happy that Microsoft has managed to pull off the surprise. Do you
think they'll do it for the Starfield event also, Ryan?
No.
And it's available tonight.
Something tells me, that's...
They did it that one time.
The last time, Stella, you were mentioning Apex as a, more or less a surprise drop. But as far as last time, there was...
Fallout...
there was Dead Rising DLC for... Must have been Dead Rising 4 that dropped... they announced it at E3 and it dropped that day. That's the last time I can remember something like this happening, and that must have been even 3 or 4 years ago.
They did it for the Fallout mobile game, so Starfield. They can do it for Starfield.
Shelter, yeah.
Dustin, that's different.
I know. I'm
Zelda
just
DLC?
joking around.
Breath of the Wild?
But in any case, I'm thrilled that we have our first party exclusive game out on January 25th as a total surprise. So that's like the cherry on top of a game that looks really cool that I can't wait to play later today. I will say no doubt our reviews editor, Dan Stapleton, I'm going to give him a shout out. He's probably broken out in hives or is profusely sweating right now as he has to manage the task of getting that game reviewed in as timely but in as complete of a way as possible. So we've got a few more minutes before we need to take another break. But I want to let's see if we can squeeze in real quick Minecraft Legends, because that is a game. It's arguably not aimed at core gamers. I was a little surprised they led with it. I thought they would throw that in the middle somewhere, but they opened with it. But Miranda, you were liking what you were seeing out of this game.
Hey, core gamer here. I like this game. I think it's cool. No, I understand what you're saying, though. It's potentially a different audience. But I would argue this is something that's very appealing, especially to the folks who still play Minecraft or have fond memories of it, right? And getting to kind of be back in this world, mobs that the environments that and get to play in a different way. So they took time to look at the PvP multiplayer, and it is arguably probably more interesting to me than the campaign. So it's 4 teams each, or no, 4 teams. 4 players each on 2 teams, cross-platform, which is good to see that just out there most times these days. You share an army and resources across your team, and every map is procedurally generated. So you're just running in, you got to build up your fort, and you got to go get your mobs and attack the enemy base. And it was so cool how they presented this, because as Dustin was saying, we really want to get a lot of gameplay here, a lot of conversations. And I know, Dustin, you weren't as much of a fan of this segment as I was, but I really liked that they were walking us through their strategy for building this up. Honestly, I was that's a thing to do first. You should absolutely do this. This is a great tip, because it really helps me visualize how you go about playing this game and what the advantages are in playing the PvP.
Destin, care to respond?
Well, for me, the reason I didn't want to hear them, I wanted to see the gameplay, is because they've already released the PvP-focused video. So for me, I'm let's see the PvP in action now, right? So getting to see it in action was definitely great, but they had a lot of segments where you're seeing on the screen where they were sort of talking about the game. I'm show and tell at the same time. My producer brain my gameplay brain just wanted to see more gameplay, It's really cool though that they're really showing off golems. They're showing off, rallying them up with your flag. I can't remember its specific name, but I think PvP could be a big growth avenue for them because the Minecraft community is going to really dive into that. And the fact that every world is procedurally generated is going to keep it unique every time you play it. So I'm pretty stoked about it.
It'll be interesting to see if this, it is a little bit more of a, it is more of a core game than Minecraft is. So it'll be interesting to see if more Minecraft players gravitate towards this or more non-Minecraft players play this, enjoy it, and maybe gravitate back towards core Minecraft as well. All right, we're going to take another quick break, but we will be back to talk about Forza Motorsport, and we are going to talk about this big Halo situation going on with 343 and the state of Halo as well. So stay tuned for that. We'll be right back.
In a world with non-stop news about Marvel, Netflix, and Star Wars, you need a show with accurate reporting, hard-hitting commentary, and me. I'm Akeem Watson, the host of The Fix Entertainment. Whether it's the latest superhero scoop, film fiasco, or anime announcement, I'll be right here covering all the latest in major studio headlines and pop culture news. Make sure to catch The Fix Entertainment wherever you watch IGN.
The only thing better than listening to IGN podcasts is watching them. Luckily, all your favorite weekly shows are here on IGN. Whether you're chasing the latest Xbox releases with Unlocked, looking for your PlayStation fix with Beyond, tracking everything coming to Switch with Nintendo Voice Chat, or catching up on this week's gaming news with GameScoop, we've got you covered.
Check it out.
Tune in every weekday for the best gaming coverage right here on IGN.
Have you been stuck on the same quest for just way too long?
I just want answers!
IGN's strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and of course, free. You can even track your progress with handy checklists if you go for 100% just like we do.
We're gonna be going over some sensitive material.
IGN has the very best, most complete, and accurate guides for God of War Ragnarok, The Witcher 3, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, Genshin Impact, Elden Ring, and so much more.
I will require some time to process this information.
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN.
I'm Akeem Lawanson, and this is What to Watch on IGN1. It's a weekly show where we check out the latest and greatest in trailers, reviews, and everything else in the world of entertainment. Tune in to new episodes every Friday at 9 p.m. on IGN1.
Welcome back to Podcast Unlocked. We are reacting to the Xbox Developer Direct. It was about 40 minutes long. We got 5 video games. We'll see if we have time to talk a little Elder Scrolls Online, but first I do want to get to Forza Motorsport. That is the next-gen racing game, totally rebuilt. The Xbox One is being left behind. This racing game is solely for the Xbox Series X and Series S. Destin, I think this segment might largely be the two of us. You and I think, are the two people that care the most about this particular game, which is fine. Everybody's got their different tastes and preferences. The first thing I couldn't help but think of, Destin, with this is that even watching this on the stream, just it's the worst way to watch it because it's all compressed. It's 1080. You got to see, like, seeing this game in 4K 60 is going to be a completely different visual experience than watching it on a stream on YouTube.
Yeah, I actually reached out. So the IGN asset we're getting is actually from Turn 10, and we'll be releasing like a proper 4K version of this same asset. Thank you, Turn 10, for sending that over. Really excited to see that. And what a wow factor the graphical elements give to this game. I know it's silly to some people, but the fact that the dirt collects in the correct spots adds just another level of immersion. And getting to see that ray tracing while you're racing, and somehow they're going to have that while targeting 4K 60, that has to be like with DLSS or something, or FSR, which they use on the consoles, because I don't know how you accomplish that. You know, for a racing game like this is the sim racer in the series, right?
Yes.
So
Closed circuit track racing,
yeah,
higher frame rate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's important, right? You can do 30 with a game like Forza Horizon 5. I think 60 is a little bit more important for a sim.
A very quick note, though. I mean, even if you're not interested in this game or like playing it, the technical achievements in this have implications for every other game, right?
Yep.
Like you have to look at these racing sims to see like what graphical possibilities there are, like what cool technology advancements they're making. Like that dirt will impact the dirt on your favorite RPG character someday. And so you shouldn't like dismiss that necessarily, right? Like that's a big deal.
Specifically Fable.
Yeah.
Fable's using this engine because Fable's using Forza tech. So
oh my god, imagine.
everything you are seeing here can be rolled into Fable should the Fable team choose to utilize it. So that is an excellent point to make about this, Miranda. But yeah, it's funny, Destin. I had the realistic dirt accumulation also in my notes because I'm a car guy.
I haven't seen that.
That is cool. That is an awesome, because a racing game, sure, you want the cars to drive realistically and behave, but those sort of little details just add so much to the realism factor of a game that's trying to be realistic. It is a simulation. It is attempting to simulate real life racing. So yeah, the realistic dirt accumulation is fantastic. I love that. 500 total cars.
Yeah.
100 of them new to Motorsport. Now, I suppose that could mean cars that... I actually don't know if there are cars, off the top of my head, if there are cars that have been in Forza Horizon that have not been in Motorsport. I guess there probably have, considering there's been for sure one and possibly 2 Horizons since we got our last Motorsport.
Like the LFA. I don't know if that was in like Motorsport 7, but
or the Porsche Taycan EV, for instance.
That's right.
One of my favorite cars in Horizon 5. But 20 environments, all rebuilt for next gen. So even if they were featured in previous Forza Motorsport games, because really there are only so many famous racing circuits around the world. So all the major racing games have pretty well covered them all at some point in time. But all 20 rebuilt from scratch for next gen, including 5 that are, again, new to Motorsport. So 5 that you've never seen in a Forza Motorsport game before. There's a single player career in this, which makes me very happy that it won't, of course, the online functionality, the online racing will be great. And, in single player, you'll be able to race, as Forza Motorsport pioneered back in the day, racing the ghosts of your friends on the track and their drivatars. My drivatar is known to be quite a dick. If you run into my drivatar on the track, I've received many tweets over time of people upset at my drivatar for behaving the way it does.
They showed the driver for a second in the footage also, and it looks really, really good, like how they've decided to render that character. Of the 20 tracks, I was surprised we didn't get a new track announcement today because we only know of 5 of them. They really focused on Kyalami Grand Prix, which has only been in Assetto Corsica as far as I know, because I was sort of curious about that. But we know that this game is going to have an all-new Hakone track that takes place in Japan, and they've teased that on their socials. So I was surprised that they're focusing a bit on a track that was confirmed and maybe even shown a little bit. So we know about Kyalami, we know Laguna
It might just
Seca.
be furthest along, right? From a development perspective, it might have just been the one that was most, in shape to show off on this thing.
Maple Valley was the one we saw in the first trailer, and then we got to look at Kyalami. We know Laguna Seca, Francorchamps, and Hakone are also confirmed for the game. So where are the other there's 15 more tracks they're going to reveal for Forza. Yeah. That's awesome. With the 500 car thing is also nothing to snub your nose at. That is a huge roster of vehicles to choose from. I can't think I don't know how many were in GT7 last year, but I don't think it was 500. Was it? Do you know off the top of your head?
I don't know. I'll have to look it up here. We'll have our crack news team, i.e. me, when one of you is talking. We'll look it up. But
well, I'm surprised we're not mentioning the fact that the temperature of the track is going to affect how you drive and stuff. And that was what stood out to me. I know the dirt is interesting and all, but like the temperature of the track is what really got me. And I'm actually surprised that they didn't show any like damage and how that'll be sustained on your vehicle and how that'll affect your driving, which I know if it's a sim, you want it to be as realistic as possible. So I'm surprised we didn't really get a good look at that. So I don't know. Car experts, what do you think about that? particular aspect.
They discussed the damage aspect, and I don't think it has a physical impact on, wind or anything like that that would impact your car or your drivability. So I think it's visual and aesthetically, but it is directional. It does go through multiple layers of point. So like if you scratch in a specific spot, that's where that scratch will take place, and they will show through the layers of paint there. But I do think it's just an aesthetic aspect to the game. They also covered off on the fact that this is going to be the first game where they have multiple tire compositions. That's something that like GT has done for years. And GT was the previous game I played, and before that I played Forza Horizon 5. Great racers, just very different genres, right? But anyway, the tire composition thing is kind of a big deal for this, because with the time of day effects and the weather effects and everything impacting how your tires drive, Stella, to your point, it's going to have a drastic impact. And they've even bragged about how they're going to check what the tire is doing 16 times every second, so you get that level of realism to the Forza Motorsport gameplay. One thing,
by the way, Destin, just to jump in, and I know you weren't trying to make like a console fanboy comparison. It's just that GT7 was the last major sim racer to come out.
I bought a steering wheel for it. I was super into it.
457 cars is the current list. So similar number, tons of cars in both games. But
and then I wonder what Motorsport 7 had then also. Anyway, that's for after the show. The last thing I was going to say was, you know what? I lost it. Back to you, Ryan.
That's okay. No, I mean, this game, it's been a while since Forza Motorsport 7. And while I am on record as saying I actually do prefer, I think Horizon is the even better game. I'm not trying to insult Motorsport, because it's been a phenomenal sim racing series for years. I actually think it passed up Gran Turismo a few iterations ago, even though, again, GT7 is great, and I've got a PSVR 2 pre-ordered, and I'm really looking forward to playing some GT7 in VR. That's something that I will not be able to do in the reboot of Forza Motorsport here. But
sound. That's what it was. That's what I lost.
Yeah, go ahead. You want to talk a little Dolby Atmos?
Yeah, so they confirmed Windows Sonic and Dolby Atmos, but they also did a segment about how the sound is going to impact your driving. And it made me think of the PlayStation 5 controller and how they use the haptic feedback in the triggers to recognize when you were doing your corners perfectly, like just hitting the edge, and you would get that vibration. It seems like the Forza team, their solution with Forza Tech is to have a sound design, and they really accented that very clearly when you were on the edge of the track and feeling that vibration, which is really important to a driver who wants to shave off that 1 second, every lap and hit every corner just right. So those small things are very important in the sim racing scene. And I think it's going to do a lot to further immerse players in that sort of driving experience.
Well, don't forget, Destin, that our friend the Xbox controller, Forza's one of the few games that made good use of the rumble triggers.
Yeah.
Over time, where if you grab the brake real hard, you can actually it kind of simulates the feel of the brake caliper grabbing the disc to try to stop the brake rotor. So I can't wait to see. The thing about Forza is they've always had really talented technical folks. I think Miranda was touching on it at the top of this segment, where it has always been a gorgeous game going all the way back, and they have never let up on that. Forza has always looked stunning, and that's always been led by Motorsport, and Horizon's done a great job of turning that into an open world scenario. The Playground team that does Forza Horizon and the Turn 10 team that does Forza Motorsport, they share a tech pipeline. So they are constantly, when one team makes an improvement, it gets shared with the other team for them to utilize as well. So, even the things that Playground did for Horizon 5 have no doubt in some small, medium, or large way contributed to Motorsport and this next gen reboot that we're getting. We've got a couple more minutes here, so I want to go I know we're kind of out of time for ESO. Great to get another expansion. Those expansions are almost like clockwork. Every June you get a major new expansion for ESO. They're putting up all the old ones for free. Do we have one more segment, or are we out? Somebody needs to remind me.
Well, they remind you.
All right, so we're gonna be out live, but we're gonna come back and do another segment to talk about Halo because I am not done talking yet. But before we cut out from the live broadcast, I just want to get a grade from each of you, grading this Xbox Developer Direct, the first one of these they have done. Miranda, I'll go to you first. Give us on the United States grade, school grades, A, B, C, D, F. How did Microsoft do today?
I'd actually give them an A. I thought it was great. They delivered exactly what they said. They gave us an extra surprise. I got a very good understanding of all these games. Mostly release dates. One, they're not ready to share yet, so that's fine. I thought it was a really good time.
Stella?
Yeah, same. An A. I think about it like the tier list, but then the S is at the top, right? So I'd say it's an A. They didn't go away. They didn't stray from the tracks of what they said they were going to deliver. Like Miranda said, they had everything in there, and they even hit your bingo, your prediction, Ryan, about dropping a new game. So yeah, absolutely an A.
Destin?
B.
Quickly.
Redfall gets an A.
All right. I'm going A as well. Again, the only thing I can possibly complain about is that lack of a Forza Motorsport release date. Is it still going to make that out before the end of June window that we were promised a year ago? We shall see. But that'll do it for this live episode of Podcast Unlocked. But we will be back if you join us on your favorite podcast service or on YouTube later. We're going to do another segment. We're going to talk some Halo. So until whether we're done or whether you're coming back to see us later, we'll see you soon.
Tune into IGN1 on your smart TVs for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle.
Cinefix on IGN1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Welcome to Should I Play This? This is what to watch here on IGN1.
Find it all in one place for free on IGN1.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
IGN Playlist is all of your games in one place. You can build your library and discover new games. Create and follow playlists from friends. Access guides for what you're playing. And rate and rank the games you love to share with the world. Available free with your IGN account. It's for players, no matter where you play.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, memes, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
I think so. That sounds about right.
There's a lot happening with ESO. They showed a ton during